Chapter 1001. The spring rain was like oil as it pattered against the black roof of the boat. The ripples on the water came one after the other, appearing and disappearing. Amidst the misty rain, a white curtain seemed to be drawn between the world and the sky. The boat was anchored on the water. There was a large umbrella at the bow of the boat. Under the umbrella was a little red clay stove with a burning fire. A large fish that Yang Fan had personally caught was being stewed in the pot on the stove. The milky white fish soup boiled, and the thick fragrance could not be dispersed. In the cabin, Gu Zhuting knelt in front of the low table and used a spoon to gently stir a bowl of fish soup. The bowl was a coarse earthenware bowl used by fishermen. It just so happened to cater to the simple and unsophisticated atmosphere of a picnic on a small boat in the drizzle. Only, when paired with that pair of soft and slender white hands, there was a kind of beauty that was a feast for the eyes. She sprinkled a handful of finely chopped emerald green coriander into the milky white fish soup. The thick fish fragrance immediately turned into an even more appetizing aroma that seeped into the heart. Yang Fan sat opposite her and leaned against a thick cushion. He breathed in contentedly and said, "So fragrant. Let it cool a bit more, it's still a bit hot." He was holding a letter in his hand. The letter had been sent from Luoyang by the people of Xian sect. After a bloody purge, he had received news from Luoyang. This meant that he had obtained the allegiance of all of Xian sect. Right now, the main power of Xian sect was in Luoyang. In the beginning, he had used the conflict with Shun Mu to move the succession hall to Luoyang. The entire power of Xian sect had moved to the east in order to make it easier for them to act in Chang'an. But at the time, he had not thought that the emperor would move him to Chang'an. This affected his control over Xian sect. The mountain was high and the emperor was far. Now that the Xian sect was able to resume operations and send news from Luoyang to him, this was a signal. This meant that the entire Xian sect had completely acknowledged his position and boarded his ship. This also meant that the inner turmoil of the Xian sect had calmed. The letter was very long and reported to him all sorts of things. The main content was, of course, the situation of the internal reorganization of Xian sect. But when he reached the last page, Yang Fan found a piece of news that caught his attention. The letter said that the emperor had officially announced to the world that the capital would be moved to Chang'an. Yang Fan immediately raised his head and asked Gu Zhuting, "Have the shops in the east and west markets been handed over?" Gu Zhuting did not understand why he suddenly thought of this matter when he was reading the letter. She was stunned for a moment before replying, "Yes. We've already bought 27 shops. There are oil shops, cloth shops, grain shops, and jewelry shops. There are even a few that are in a hurry to sell their shop. When they heard that we're buying in bulk, they took the initiative to look for us." Yang Fan beamed with joy and said, "Then let's buy it. Don't let them run away. Even if we can't manage it ourselves, we can sell it and make a fortune. The news of the emperor moving the capital will soon reach Chang'an. We have to act quickly." Gu Zhuting could not help but cover her mouth and chuckle when she saw his smug expression. She lowered her neat and beautiful eyelids and said, "This is the first time I've seen Alang's greedy face." Yang Fan rolled his eyes at her and said, "I'm blinded by money? Money is of no use to me. I've put in so much effort. In the end, isn't it all for you?" Gu Zhuting softly said, "I don't want money. As long as I follow Alang, rich or poor, I'll be happy." Yang Fan nodded and said, "This is what you said. You said you don't want money. In the future, your son and daughter will not have a share in our family's business." Gu Zhuting was stunned and said, "How can I have a son and daughter?" Halfway through her question, she came to her senses. She could not help but blush and secretly glance at Yang Fan. She lowered her head and stammered, I thank Alang." Yang Fan asked even though he already knew the answer, "Thank me for what?" Gu Zhuting bit her thin red lips and lightly punched his elbow, as if she was swatting away a mosquito. Yang Fan laughed and lowered his head to read the letter again. he said to himself. Alas! Her breasts and buttocks are even rounder than Xiao Man and Anu. At first glance, I can see that she is suitable for a son. In the future, who knows how many sons she will give me. How can I not think of saving money now? It's hard to be a father. Gu Zhuting blushed at his teasing, but she bit her red lips and did not refute. It was a blessing for a woman to have a son. If she could give birth to more sons for the Yang family, she would not be so weak compared to Xiao Man and Anu. She did not want to compete with Xiao Man and Anu, but she also hoped that she would have a higher position in her man's heart. Wan is coming to Chang'an? Yang Fan could not help but be happy when he saw the news. Wan was going to Chang'an to prepare for the relocation of the capital as the special envoy of the emperor. Once she was far away from the emperor, they could get along with each other day and night. The letter only mentioned this matter and did not explain it in detail. The people in the succession hall did not know of the relationship between Yang Fan and Wan so they naturally would not pay too much attention to this matter. If they had known that Yang Fan and Wan had a relationship, with the Xianzong spies all over the prestigious families, the aristocratic families of Shandong would have long known that Yang Fan had become the son-in-law of the Guanlong family, and would not have been so careless with him. Ever since Yang Fan took control of the Xianzong, he had never expanded his spies into the palace. One reason was that he did not have complete control of the Xianzong at the time, and the other was that there was Wan in the palace, who knew more about what was happening in the palace than her, so there was no need to expend so much effort to expand his spies in the palace. Thus, Yang Fan was only pleasantly surprised by the arrival of Wan. He had no idea that Wan was already pregnant and that in order to protect him and the child, she had shouldered so much pressure alone in Luoyang. When he read the last part, Yang Fan slightly creased his brow. After Wan the emperor was also preparing to have Wu Chongshuan come to Chang'an. It was clear that Wu Yizong could no longer stay in Chang'an, but Wu Zetian had not given up on the Wu clan's plans in Chang'an. Now that Wu Qingxi was dead, she only had one nephew, Wu Sanxi, who could be of great use. Sending Wu Sanxi's son was the only choice. Wu Chongshuan coming to Chang'an was just an arrangement. His itinerary would be a month later than Wan Er's. Reading further, Yang Fan's brow relaxed. At the same time, the 5 sons of the Prince of Xiang, Li Dan, would also be coming. As expected, Wu Zetian had thought of a balanced strategy. It was just that the Li clan was weak at the moment, so she could only rely on numbers to win. But no matter what, Wu Zetian had been very strict with the Li clan over the years. Even if they were her own sons and grandchildren, she would still strictly guard against them. Her willingness to let them out of her sight this time was a good start. Wu Zetian was already preparing to hand over power. Yang Fan happily finished reading the letter. Gu Zhuting then brought a bowl of fish soup over to him. Yang Fan drank the fragrant fish soup, and his stomach was burning hot. The coldness of the spring rain was swept away in an instant. Gu Zhuting saw that he had a good appetite and was delighted. She took the bowl of soup and asked with a smile, "Ah Lang, do you want another bowl?" Yang Fan shook his head. Seeing the beauty gazing at him with a sweet smile, with her long eyelashes, bright eyes, beautiful face like a delicate flower, and luscious lips, he couldn't restrain the love in his heart. He was just at a time when his heart was filled with joy and excitement. He gently took her wrist and said in a soft voice, "Come here." Gu Zhuting's cheeks blushed, but she didn't dare to disobey Yang Fan's orders. She obediently moved in front of him. Yang Fan reached out and pulled, and Gu Zhuting softly fell into his arms. Yang Fan held her soft shoulder with one hand and explored her bulging chest with the other. Yang Fan's 5 fingers gently moved, reaching into her lapel, grasping that soft and smooth ball of soft jade that was as tight as silk and satin. His fingers lightly moved the bright red cherry on top of the jade peak. Gu Zhuting immediately shivered, hurriedly closed her eyes, like a docile and obedient kitten. It was difficult for this 13-year-old heroine, who was able to sneak into the heavily guarded area to assassinate a prefecture's military governor, to be manipulated by Yang Fan's pair of big hands. Gu Zhuting felt that the back of her waist was being poked by an incomparably hard pillar. She reached out to touch it and was so scared that her face turned pale. She almost jumped up in fright. Unfortunately, she was held in Yang Fan's arms and was unable to move. With this thought, the demon-conquering treasure pestle immediately displayed its supernatural power, as if it was the giant pillar of Dubhe in front of the gate of heaven. Gu Zhuting only felt that the back of her waist was being pushed by an incomparably hard pillar. She stretched out her hand to touch it, and was so scared that her face turned pale. She almost jumped up in fright, but unfortunately, she was held in Yang Fan's arms, unable to move. Gu Zhuting didn't dare to struggle, but she was afraid that she would break Yang Fan's wound. She blushed and pushed his big hand away, saying in a sweet voice, "Ah Lang, we're on the ship," Yang Fan said, "with the sky as our house, with the boat as our couch, with the rain as our curtain, with only you and me. Isn't that just right?" Gu Zhuting's starry eyes were intoxicated by Yang Fan's bowl of romantic intoxication. Her body softly fell down, her cheeks were hot, and her breathing quickened. It was obvious that she was going to let Yang Fan do whatever he wanted, but she heard a hoarse voice shouting in the wind and rain, "Erlang! Erlang! Beta Persei! Aha, Erlang, is that you over there?" Yang Fan angrily stopped. He heard that voice persistently shouting, "Ah, I'm here. Your most sincere friend, Abdullah Shaman bin Aziz bin Hakam is here. Erlang? Praise Allah, the scenery here is really beautiful." Gu Zhuting bit her lips. Suddenly she giggled, but she immediately held it back. Her pretty face blushed, but there was a trace of mischievous smile in her eyes. Yang Fan resentfully let go of her, got up and walked out of the cabin. It had been 4 months since he was injured. His injury was almost healed. Gu Zhuting was afraid that he would catch a cold. Although her hands and feet were weak, and she was a little guilty, she still hurriedly picked up the oil paper umbrella and chased after him. Yang Fan bent down and walked out of the cabin. The oil paper umbrella immediately opened and held above his head. Yang Fan looked up and saw a small boat sailing in the misty rain. A boatman wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat was steering the boat. Abbas was standing at the bow of the boat with an umbrella, shielding Abdullah from the rain. "Ah, Erlang is really here." When Abdullah saw Yang Fan, he immediately beamed with joy. When he turned to look at Gu Zhuting, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Gu Zhuting's blush had not faded. She held the umbrella with one hand and brushed her hair unnaturally with the other. That kind of gentle and beautiful amorous feeling made Abdullah very excited. He touched his chest and recited in a moaning tone, "If you are my friend, please help me leave her, because once I love, I can never recover. If you are a prophet, please help me get rid of her magic, because once I am addicted, I can never extricate myself. She is like a blue wave, I look at her, and sink, 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 because I can't swim." Bang! Yang Fan's injury had not recovered, but he could still jump 2-step. Yang Fan was already unhappy that Abdullah had disturbed his happy occasion. Now that he heard Abdullah flirting with his woman in front of him, he purposely used some force when he stepped onto the boat. The boat was lifted by Yang Fan's big foot, and Abdullah cried out and fell into the lake. Abdullah desperately pulled his arms and shouted, "I can't swim." Yang Fan squatted down and said with a smile, "You are still so poetic?" Abdullah gulped down a few mouthfuls of water and howled miserably, "I really can't swim." Yang Fan leisurely said, "I told you that I am very stingy. I can't swim." Abdullah frantically waved his arms. Sink, 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 because he couldn't swim. Chapter 1002. Amidst the misty rain, a boat without an awning and a boat with a black awning, one in front and the other in the back, resembled 2 little fishes swimming freely on the rippling surface of the water as they swam towards the lakeside. The boatman of the awning boat took off his shirt, revealing his tanned muscles as he wrung the water out of his clothes. Abdullah leaned against the side of the boat and muttered with his last breath, "You men from the Central Plains really can't take a joke." Yang Fan had no intention of reflecting on his actions and snorted, "You entered the village but did not follow the customs. You deserve some punishment." Gu Zhuting was holding an umbrella for Yang Fan. She pursed her lips and smiled adorably. Alang stood up for her because he cared about her. Not every woman would be so valued by her man. In today's dynasty, concubines could be used as gifts to others or to entertain guests. Although concubines with status would not receive such treatment, they would not receive the respect that their master deserved either. Abdullah was Shin Mu's general and Yang Fan were important partners. Today, Abdullah was punished by Yang Fan just because he expressed his admiration and did not say anything unbearable. Gu Zhuting's heart was filled with sweetness. There were people waiting on the shore. A quick glance revealed that there were no less than a dozen of them. All of them were wearing straw raincoats and bamboo hats, standing ramrod straight. Among them were Abdullah's personal warriors, experts sent by Shin Mu to greet Yang Fan, Ren Wei and a few of Yang Fan's personal attendants. Yang Fan furrowed his brows. Why did Shin Mu choose such bad weather to meet us? Abdullah climbed up from the boat and crossed his arms. His face was a little green. He was not afraid of the heat, but he was very afraid of the cold. That dip in the lake had chilled him to death. Abdullah shivered and said, "I did not deliberately choose such a day. It just so happens that it is raining today." Yang Fan smiled faintly. When the sharp bow of the boat was about to touch the wooden pier, the boatman tapped the bamboo pole lightly. The boat swung its tail like a fish and gently touched the shore on its side. Abbas, who was steering the other boat for Yang Fan, knew how to push the boat, but his skill was very average. He did not know how to swing the boat when it reached the shore, and the tip of the boat crashed straight into the shore, causing him to stagger. With Yang Fan's current condition, he could already walk, jog, and practice martial arts in the morning without any problems. Therefore, he could already ride a horse. However, Shin Mu still sent him a carriage. It was a very wide carriage pulled by 4 horses. Abdullah climbed into the carriage in a flurry and said to Yang Fan with his teeth chattering, "Please wait a moment, let me change my clothes." After a while, a pile of wet clothes was thrown out. Then Abdullah walked out of the carriage with his chest and stomach puffed out. The drenched chicken became a dog again. Abdullah invited Yang Fan to get on the car. As soon as Yang Fan boarded the car, he felt that the car was not as light as it looked. He gently buckled the car against the wall. Listening to the sound, it was indeed made of iron plates. The wheels rumbled and the carriage was escorted out of Long Qing Lane by dozens of knights. Gu Zhuting took out a silk handkerchief and gently wiped Yang Fan's rain-soaked cheek. Listening to the sound of dripping rain, Yang Fan said to Abdullah, "If Brother Shern has something to say, why don't you come to my Hushin Island? In this kind of weather, why go to Chang, unresidence?" Abdullah said, "Shin Mu said that your island is too vegetarian. He is not having a good time now. This can be considered a win-win situation." Yang Fan asked Gu Zhuting curiously, "Is the food we usually eat vegetarian?" Gu Zhuting was also puzzled. Abdullah laughed bitterly, but didn't explain further. In Luoyang's Rui Lane, the oldest and largest brothel was called Rui Lu. In Chang'an's Ping Kong Lane, the oldest and largest brothel was called Chang'an Residence. When they arrived in front of Chang'an Residence, the carriage stopped. Gu Zhuting held an umbrella and walked out gracefully. She glanced around and saw that dozens of riders had already dismounted from their horses. They seemed to be standing randomly, but in fact, they had blocked any possible blind spots for a sneak attack. Gu Zhuting was still worried and observed carefully. Then she bent down and lifted the curtain. She said softly, "Ah Lang, you can come out now." The curtain was also made of metal. It could not only protect against arrows but also fire. It looked soft but was actually very heavy. Gu Zhuting did not need much effort to lift it. Yang Fan nodded and walked out. Yang Fan had never been here before. Now that he saw Chang and residence, he could not help but exclaim in admiration. White walls, black tiles, flying eaves and arches. Compared to Luoyang's Rui Lane, this place seemed to lack a bit of cosmetic. But it looked very grand. If he did not know that Chang An's Ping Kong Lane was like Luoyang's Rui Lane, a place where fireworks gathered, Yang Fan would have thought that this was a grand academy. The bricks on the entrance were exquisitely carved. There was a couplet on both sides and 3 big words in the middle. It was Chang An residence. Ren Wei had already put down his foot. Yang Fan had no time to look at it and walked down. Abdullah came out after him, and his little attendant Abbas hurried forward to help him. This Chang An residence was the largest brothel in this area. Its business was very prosperous, but it was daytime and it was raining. There should not be many customers. Yang Fan stood at the entrance and did not see any customers coming in or out. There was not even a waiter to welcome them. When he walked in, he still did not see anyone. Yang Fan then realized that this brothel had probably been booked by Shenmu today. In Chang An residence, there was a cluster of fresh flowers on one side and a stretch of bamboo on the other. There was a chessboard under the willow and a stone table by the water. The courtyard was deep and the environment was elegant. Abdullah led Yang Fan through a gourd door and a flower rack. There was another long corridor with 9 bends. There were girls leisurely walking down the corridor and watching the rain. Seeing them come over, the young ladies smiled like flowers and curtsied, but they didn't swarm around them or act coquettishly. It made them feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze and felt extremely comfortable. At the end of the corridor, there was an exquisite 2-story embroidery building. Abdullah signaled to Yang Fan. Yang Fan turned to Gu Zhuting, Ren Wei and the rest and instructed, "Wait downstairs." It was not appropriate for him to bring Ren Wei and the rest to the brothel for a banquet. It was not like they were looking for a fight or a negotiation. Gu Zhuting was his personal guard and a girl. It was not a problem for her to go upstairs. But Yang Fan had already regarded her as his woman. It was even more inappropriate to bring her up. Yang Fan was meticulous. Gu Zhuting knew what he was thinking and agreed obediently. She put away the umbrella and entered the building with Ren Wei and the rest. Yang Fan went up the stairs and walked along the carved railings. He saw a large hall in front of him. The hall was decorated with flowers, but it did not appear luxurious or tacky. Instead, it had a kind of appropriate magnificence. Shenmu was sitting behind a table with 2 beauties on his left and right. Their eyes were like green jade and their hair was like a pair of golden fists. Impressively, they were 2 extremely enchanting and beautiful Huji. One of the 2 Huji took food and the other fed wine. Shenmu's hands were busy with the 2 beauties, but he did not stop eating and drinking. Yang Fan laughed. Brother Shen is hugging 2 beauties on each side and drinking wine with the beauties. How satisfying! Shenmu laughed and let go of his hands. His eyes were slightly tipsy, but he did not lose his shrewdness. He smiled at Yang Fan and said, "You and I have worked hard. Why are we here? Now that we have succeeded, we should enjoy it. Come, come, come. Please sit." When Yang Fan heard him say succeeded, his heart was moved. He slowly sat down at the table opposite Shenmu and asked, "They are willing to give in?" Shenmu smiled. "Yes. Yesterday, Zheng Yu accompanied the Zheng family's great-grandfather to see me." As Shenmu spoke, he patted the 2 Huji's plump buttocks and signaled them to leave. The 2 beautiful Huji's cheeks were flushed from his touch. Obviously, they were aroused. They thought that they were about to have sex with him but did not expect that when Yang Fan came, this seemingly affectionate but actually heartless guest immediately chased them out. When the 2 girls' big blue eyes glanced at Yang Fan, they could not help but have a trace of resentment. Yang Fan's scalp went numb from their stares. "Shenmu and I are not brothers or heroes. Why are you looking at me like that?" The 2 Huji retreated and the hall was suddenly empty. Only then did Yang Fan realize that Abdullah did not follow them. He had stopped at the entrance of the building, and now there were only him and Shin Mu upstairs. The curtains on the four walls were gently blown by the wind, bringing with it a trace of moisture from the spring rain, making people feel a bit melancholy. But Shin Mu seemed to be in high spirits. He drank another mouthful of wine and said, "The succession hall is now in the hands of the two of us." When this happened, they had already lost the courage to break off with us. Moreover, we have given them hope. Even if they are unwilling, they know that if they choose to cooperate with us, their loss is far smaller than breaking off with us. Moreover, even though we have cheated them, we are sincere in cooperating with them. They also understand this. If this is still not enough to make them willing to give in, once the news of Second Zhang being in charge of education spreads, they will have no choice but to seriously consider it. Haha, even though we cannot afford the loss, we are willing to throw caution to the wind. They can afford the loss, but they do not dare to use decades or hundreds of years of degradation as the price. This is called the barefooted are not afraid of those who wear boot. It is indeed good news. Yang Fan smiled happily. He poured a cup of dragon paste wine and raised it to Shin Mu. Even though he knew that reconciliation was the wisest choice for the aristocratic families, he could not be at ease if he did not receive accurate information. These days, he had bought a house and gone sightseeing. It seemed that he no longer had any scruples. In fact, he had deliberately put on an act. Only now did his taut heartstrings finally relax. Shin Mu smiled and raised his cup, clinking it with him from a distance and draining it in one gulp. He then stared at him and said, "What do you plan to do next, Erlang?" The two of them had already communicated many times. Moreover, they had done such a big thing together. There was no need to be tactful or probing. Thus, Shin Mu went straight to the point. The current situation between the two of them was like two allies who had chosen to advance and retreat together in battle. As for how to divide the fruits of victory, that was already decided before the victory. There was no need for further discussion. However, the strategy to be adopted after the victory could not be discussed in advance. Because victory was victory, defeat was defeat. If they lost, they would suffer a crushing defeat. If they won, they would seize power. There was nothing to discuss. However, there were too many variables in how far the war would go, how much damage would be caused, and what the final outcome would be. There was no way to plan in advance. Yang Fan understood that Shin Mu was asking him and testing him. Even though he had already made a plan for this and consulted the opinions of the Sky Observation Division, he still seriously thought about it and slowly said, "One word, steady. We can't learn from Qin Shi Huang. The first thing we need to do next is to restore our relationship with the aristocratic families and win their trust. After all, our roots are with them. Not only do we share many common interests, but we will also be inseparable in the future. We must use sincerity to make them understand that we only want independence and not to break away from them. However, they suffered a great loss this time. It will be a long process to win their trust." Shin Mu smiled. "I don't think so. The aristocratic family lords are all old foxes. I've always felt that people who are too old will lack the drive to move forward. But because of this, they tend to seek stability. Bravery will never happen to them. There is no eternal friendship or hatred between countries. It is the same between us and them." Yang Fan said, "That's for the best. Also, we need to stabilize and manage the internal affairs. Right now, we are using strong methods to purge the dissidents and intimidate the heroes. We have indeed achieved our goal, but this kind of succession hall is unstable. We need to manage it carefully. Moreover, the obvious and hidden sects will henceforth be one family. We need to let them adapt to the situation." Shin Mu listened attentively. He slowly sipped his wine and said, "Then what does Erlang think about the situation in the court? After all, no matter if it's our succession hall or the other aristocratic families, because we are too large, the slightest movement from the imperial court will have a great impact on us. The reason why the aristocratic families established the succession hall was to deal with the changes from the imperial court, war, and turmoil. We were born for this mission, and we have this need. Yang Fan pondered for a moment and said slowly, "The Empress may be old, but her claws and teeth have not withered. Right now, the Empress has a powerful enemy that she cannot defeat approaching her step by step. Why don't we wait patiently? Rushing to challenge the Empress at this time is very foolish." Shenmu's gaze turned serious. "This enemy is?" Yang Fan said, "Time." Shenmu suddenly burst into laughter. "Erlang's opinion coincides with mine. Ah, it is really delightful to work with Erlang." Clap, clap, clap. Shenmu clapped his hands 3 times and said loudly, "Beauty Gulu, please cheer us up." At Shenmu's command, beauties dressed in Kucha, Persia, Abbasid Caliphate, Turkic and other exotic costumes flew in like butterflies. Yang Fan swept his eyes over them. All of them had enchanting figures, and were as beautiful as flowers. Not a single one of them was impatient to look at. Perhaps even the most expensive beauties in this Chang'an residence have been called over by Shenmu. For a moment, the sounds of string music filled the air. Who would have thought that in such a lively atmosphere, these two people who are definitely not influential in the court would be discussing an important matter related to the fate of the country? But when Chao Aman and Big Ear Lu were discussing heroes, Yuan Shu, Yuan Shao, Lu Biao, and Sun Tzu were all present. How could the two of them be the rulers of the world? While Yang Fan was thinking about this, Shen Mu seemed to have the same feeling. He suddenly looked at Yang Fan and smiled. Today, the heroes are only Erlang and Mu Er. Yang Fan laughed. He was considering if he should play along and drop his chopsticks when he heard a shout from outside the building. "Is that bastard Shin Mu fooling around here?" Shin Mu's expression changed and the wine cup in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Chapter 1003. Get out of the way. Young Lady Gongsun was dressed entirely in red. Her face and eyes were red as well. She looked like a red pepper from head to tail. She rushed up the stairs angrily. The sound of orchestral music could be heard from upstairs. That scoundrel should naturally be upstairs. The people from the hidden sect didn't dare to stop her. Their dissolute sovereign had countless love debts, and he especially liked to provoke the young ladies of influential clans. This wasn't the first time they witnessed such a scene. Furthermore, there were people among them who knew Gongsun Lanji. They didn't dare to meddle in this matter. "Shen Mu!" Gongsun Lanji yelled out sternly. She lifted her sword and leaped, appearing in the middle of the hall nimbly. When she saw the situation in front of her, she was startled. There were many people in the hall, but there were only 2 men. The rest were all women. There were only 2 men. One of them was Yang Fan, and the other was an Arabian. Gongsun Lanji recognized him as Abdullah. Abdullah was wearing a loose Arabian national robe. He was sitting cross-legged on the banquet, leaning against the beauties and beaming with joy. There were 7 to 8 beauties surrounding him. Yang Fan, who was sitting opposite him, was also surrounded by 7 to 8 beauties. They surrounded him and covered his face with kisses. Gongsun Lanji looked around and couldn't find any traces of Shenmu. She couldn't help but be startled. She didn't have a harmonious relationship with Yang Fan. Furthermore, Abdullah was Shen Mu's trusted aide. Hence, she only cast a glance at Yang Fan and walked towards Abdullah with large strides. She glared at him and asked, "Where's Shen Mu?" "It's young Lady Gongsun." Abdullah was hugging a Persian beauty with blonde hair and blue eyes. His large hands were rubbing on her voluptuous bosom. He beamed with joy and said, "I didn't expect to be fortunate enough to meet young Lady Gongsun here." "Ah, you mean Shenmu? I didn't see him today." Gongsun Lanji glared at him and looked around. She strode over and pulled the curtains open. There was naturally no one behind the curtains. Gongsun Lanji looked out of the window. There was no one outside. Shenmu didn't know martial arts. If he was here, he wouldn't have been able to escape in time. Furthermore, this empty hall couldn't hide anyone. Gongsun Lanji's anger gradually subsided. For the past few days, she had been trying to force Shin Mu to marry her. However, Shin Mu had rejected her at first and then disappeared in the end. This made Miss Gongsun so angry that she almost died. As a female martial arts fanatic, Gongsun Lanji had a lot of prestige among the Chang'an Rangers. She issued an order to arrest her fugitive husband. The Chang'an Rangers all joined in to help him gather information. Today, Yang Fan went to Pingkong Lane in the rain. Because it was raining, there weren't many pedestrians. Someone discovered his whereabouts and told Gongsun Lanji. Gongsun Lanji knew that Yang Fan and Shin Mu were a pair of scoundrels. However, she also knew that Yang Fan had always been clean and self-respecting and rarely appeared in romantic places. She immediately suspected that it was Shin Mu who invited him. Thus, she hurried over. Who knew that it was Abdullah here? Gongsun Lanji saw that Shin Mu was really not here. Her jealousy disappeared and her anger gradually subsided. She wanted to turn around and leave. Yang Fan held a beauty in his arms and said lazily, "Miss Gongsun, listen to my kind advice. A woman should act like a woman. If you weren't so fierce, Shin Mu wouldn't have run away from you." Gongsun Lanji glared at him and said angrily, "It's none of your business." She glared at Yang Fan. She saw that Yang Fan's face was full of lipstick marks and that he was holding a woman with disheveled hair and untidy clothes. The woman's face was buried in his arms. She looked really ugly. She blushed and said hatefully, "I didn't expect you to pretend to be honest all the time. Without junior sister to control you, you are so promiscuous. When Xiaoman arrives in Chang'an, I will tell her." Yang Fan patted the plump buttocks of the beauty in his arms and proudly said, "My virtuous wife is gentle and virtuous. Even if she knew I went to the brothel, she wouldn't act like you." Gongsun Lanji was extremely angry. But she knew that Yang Fan wasn't bragging. Her junior sister was completely subdued by Yang Fan. It was impossible for her to go against this stinky man. She could only spit at him and said angrily, "There is no good man." Gongsun Lanji didn't even say a word of apology after disrupting the drinking party. She took her sword and left. The sound of the stairs went far away. Based on Gongsun Lanji's lightness skill, she shouldn't have done this. It was obvious that she did it intentionally out of anger. As soon as the footsteps disappeared, the beauty in Yang Fan's arms immediately sat up straight. She parted her long hair and said with lingering fear, "This wild girl, I was almost scared to death by her." Yang Fan shook his head disapprovingly and said, "Miss Gongsun is good in other aspects, but her temper is really unbearable. Brother Shen shouldn't have provoked her." Shin Mu took off the woman's gown draped over his body and shook his head, sighing, "What's the use of saying all this now?" Yang Fan looked at him and said, "Why? Don't tell me you've already." Shin Mu replied, "I haven't." Yang Fan was curious. "Since you didn't harm her body, why can't you end it?" Shin Mu leisurely let out a long sigh and said, "She is deeply in love. How can I bear it? I waved my sword and cut off the thread of love." Yang Fan unhappily said, "What a pitiful person, there must be something hateful about her. I'm leaving, I can't be bothered to see your irritating face." Shin Mu said, "It was not easy for me to escape today, why are you leaving just like that?" Yang Fan said, "If you want to seek pleasure, don't you still have Abdullah to accompany you? Since Miss Gongsun has already left, are you still afraid that she will come back?" After giving the order, Gu Zhuting immediately went upstairs to fetch Yang Fan. Actually, Yang Fan's injuries are more or less healed and there is no need for her to take such care of him. But how can Gu Zhuting be at ease? Gu Zhuting saw that Yang Fan's face is full of lipstick marks and quickly took out a handkerchief and wet it with water from the basin at the corner of the wall. She carefully wiped it off for him before helping him up by his arm. Shin Mu saw Miss Gu's gentle and virtuous appearance and thought about himself, Yang Shurao, Li Qiqi and Gongsun Lanji. None of them are easy to deal with. He could not help but exclaim in envy, "Look at Erlang, he taught his women so well. Why is it that none of my women are as gentle and obedient as him?" Abdullah said with a smile, "There is a saying in my place. Female slaves can be bought and sold freely, but free women are the shackles around men's necks. I have told you this before, but you did not listen and insisted on provoking these women that you should not provoke. Now you know what is troubling you?" Shinmu hurriedly asked with a thirst for knowledge. "Then does the saying in your place say that once a man is shackled, how can he undo it?" Yang Fan boarded the carriage. After the carriage started moving, he explained to Gu Zhuting in a soft voice, "Shinmu is a playboy by nature. These few days, he was chased by Miss Gongsun to the point of hiding. Today, he finally managed to escape and unexpectedly, Miss Gongsun caught wind of the news and chased after him. The kiss marks on my face were deliberately created by putting on an act to help him cover it up." Gu Zhuting twisted the corner of her clothes and lowered her head. "Lang Jun need not explain to me. I will not interfere in Lang Jun's matters." Yang Fan gently held her soft hand and happily said, "Today, after seeing Miss Gongsun's arrogance, I finally know how good my Ting is." Gu Zhuting seemed to be angry and happy as she rolled her eyes at him and faintly said, "Could it be that Alang does not think that I am good usually?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "You are good usually, but compared to Miss Gongsun, my Ting is even more adorable." As Yang Fan said this, he lied down on the bed and used Gu Zhuting's round and firm thighs as a pillow. Today, he only drank a few cups of wine and was not drunk. But with a pair of warm jades behind his head and her faint body fragrance in his nose, he unexpectedly felt a little tired and could not help but yawn. Gu Zhuting said with distress, "Alang's body is not fully recovered yet. Young Master Shin dragged Alang out for your own pleasure. Alang, please rest." Yang Fan grunted and leaned into her arms again. This was the second time that Yang Fan used Gu Zhuting's thighs as a pillow. Gu Zhuting's feeling was different from the last time. That time, she was inexplicably surprised. Now that her heart belonged to someone, she felt a kind of quiet and satisfied happiness. The carriage was rumbling. Yang Fan really fell asleep in the drizzle. Gu Zhuting gently woke him up when they reached the island in the middle of the lake. "Alang, we are back on the island." "Yes. It's easy to fall asleep listening to the rain. What a good sleep." Yang Fan leisurely stretched his waist. Just as he stretched out his arms, he suddenly stopped. From the angle he was lying, he could hardly see Gu Zhuting's pretty face. What leaped out in front of him was a pair of jade peaks that stood proudly and trembled. Yang Fan involuntarily wrapped his arms around her slender waist, raised his body, buried his cheek in her soft breasts, and took a deep breath. "Oh Alang!" Gu Zhuting was at a loss because of Yang Fan's sneak attack. When Yang Fan rubbed her chest, she suddenly felt a kind of numbness as if she had been electrified. Gu Zhuting said shyly, "Alang, we have arrived on the island." "Yes," Yang Fan responded, but he did not stop harassing her. Instead, he became more aggressive. Gu Zhuting clearly felt that her body was getting hotter, her breasts were getting firmer, and her breasts were getting harder. Gu Zhuting was ashamed and scared. Why was Alang becoming more and more unscrupulous? Yang Fan was a mature and strong man. It had been a long time since he had been intimate with a woman. Moreover, during this period of time, he was not busy with official business. Instead, he spent every day cultivating on the island in the center of the lake. At the same time, he was constantly nourishing himself with all kinds of heavenly treasures. In the spring, the fire was strong. With such a lively and fragrant beauty by his side, of course he would be easily aroused. Moreover, this was his territory. He did not care about what others thought. Gu Zhuting had always been demanding from him, so she indulged him. However, Gu Zhuting could not suppress her embarrassment. The Tang Empire was an open society, but she had grown up in an aristocratic family with strict rules. Deep down, she was an extremely traditional woman. She could not accept this. But she did not have the courage to oppose Yang Fan. Because she was too traditional, once her heart belonged to someone, obedience to her man was deeply rooted in her bones and became a kind of instinct. Ah Lang. She could only beg in a low voice. Yang Fan let go of her. Although his desire was like a tide at this time, he still cared about Gu Zhuding's feelings. He could hear the embarrassment in Gu Zhuding's voice. He whispered in Gu Zhuding's ear, "Then go back first. But when we get back, don't look for excuses. Today you can't escape." Gu Zhuding's body went limp as he bit her ear and his hot breath blew on her face. Now she just wanted him to get off the carriage so that no one would find anything strange. So she just nodded with a red face. At this time, she heard someone laughing loudly outside the carriage. "Haha, Erlang is back. I have been waiting for you for a long time." Yang Fan's eyes stared blankly. "I have so many brothers? Why didn't I know?" Chapter 1004. As soon as the curtain was lifted, Yang Fan saw Duguyu's high-spirited, smiling face under the dripping eaves. The ones who benefited the most from the turmoil of Chang'an were, of course, Wu Zetian and the obvious and hidden sects who plotted behind the scenes and used Wu Zetian's hands to achieve a great victory. But other than them, there were many others who benefited from it, and the Dugu family was undoubtedly one of them. Of course, the benefits they obtained were not directly reflected in political power. Shen Mu and Yang Fan had consciously prevented them from getting too involved in the struggle for power, which would only complicate the situation in the future. But the economic benefits and the rise of the large families would inevitably have a negative effect on politics. The power and influence they possessed had greatly increased compared to before. This was an objective fact. Yang Fan and Shen Mu had no choice but to let it develop. Yang Fan and Shen Mu, who were born in the commoner family, instinctively did not want to see the large families monopolize power and influence the politics of the court. Logically, they also understood that being born in the commoner family did not necessarily mean that the officials would be honest. The children of the commoner family were not necessarily more talented than the children of the large families. Thinking that only based on class had always been foolish, and in the past and present, even if the millennium-old families were gone, the political families would still exist. They might not have existed for 1,000 years, but they still had influence over several generations. As long as the structure of the family, kinship, and society did not change, as long as humans still had emotions, such things could never be avoided. Yang Fan and Shen Mu were not arrogant enough to think that they could sway it. This was simply the most basic emotion that originated from humans. If you had the power and resources that others did not have, would you invest them in your own children? Would you wholeheartedly cultivate them, support them, and hope that they could go higher than you? Shen Mu and Yang Fan were both smart people. Knowing that they could not go against the natural order, they would not act against it. Instead, they would adapt to it. Moreover, they still needed the support of the Guanlong families, especially since the emperor was about to move the capital. Guanzhong was the foundation of the Guanlong families. After 7 or 8 generations of operation, their power was deeply entrenched. Even the imperial power could not uproot them. An appropriate division of benefits was the only choice. Duguyu was very happy. Originally, the Guanlong families were in dire straits. Because the Dugu family had chosen to cooperate with the more powerful Shandong aristocratic families, they retained more strength than the other Guanlong families. However, the Shandong aristocratic families had existed for 1,000 years and had formed their own system. He had always been excluded. After choosing to cooperate with Yang Fan, he finally got what he wanted. Now, the Shandong aristocratic families, considering that the emperor was about to move west, had almost lost all their power in officialdom and would not be able to recover without decades of effort. So, they began to lower their stance and frequently contact the native Guanlong families, strengthening their cooperation. This made Duguyu feel even more proud. When Yang Fan saw it was Duguyu, a smile appeared on his face. His feet were already in place, and the fine rain was already like silk. Yang Fan did not wait for Gu Zhuting to hold an umbrella for him before quickly walking down. Pulling on Duguyu's arm, he said cheerfully, "Brother Dugu, you've come. Why are you waiting under the eaves? My courtyard is full of rough people who do not know how to treat guests. Brother Dugu, please do not blame me." Gu Zhuting was worried that the bright red on her face would be seen by others. She was also worried that her hair and clothes would look disheveled, so she hid in the car and carefully tidied herself up. As a result, she fell behind Yang Fan. It was only when Yang Fan pulled on Duguyu's arm and walked shoulder to the living room that she slowly emerged from the car. Renwei and the others seemed to be very busy. They either had focused expressions on their faces or hurried footstep. Although Gu Zhuting didn't know what they were busy with, no one looked at her. Gu Zhuting couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief. This time, Duguyu had come to see Yang Fan on behalf of the Guanlong family. He wanted to clarify some intentions and finalize some details with Yang Fan. At the same time, he also wanted to know how to react to the olive branch extended by the Shandong aristocratic families and to understand the opinion of this powerful ally, Yang Fan. Right now, Chang'an was in troubled times. Everyone was very sensitive, and the slightest movement would attract attention. Therefore, the Guanlong family could not make a big deal out of contact with Yang Fan. Because Duguyu had long been in contact with Yang Fan, and even Lu Qietian knew about this, it was perfectly justifiable for him to visit Duguyu. That was why the Guanlong family had given him this task. Yang Fan had just returned from Shen Mu's place. His views on the current situation and future plans had already been approved by Shen Mu, so he was confident in his reply to Duguyu. Many of the Guanlong families had been anxious to understand the bottom line and attitude of Duguyu, and now they all received a clear answer from Yang Fan. The Guanlong family was still waiting for news from Duguyu. The Shandong aristocratic family's influence in Guanzhong had been wantonly purged and were at their weakest. The Guanlong family was very anxious to occupy the empty space they had vacated. Now that they had confirmed the news, Duguyu was anxious to go back and discuss with the Guanlong families, so he immediately bade farewell to Yang Fan. "Brother Dugu, please wait." Yang Fan called out to Duguyu. After a moment's thought, he said, "This little brother still wants to trouble elder brother with one thing." Duguyu sat back down and happily said, "There is no trouble between us. Erlang, feel free to speak your mind." Yang Fan said, "The Emperor has already announced to the world that the capital will be moved this year to Chang'an. This little brother, as an imperial guard, must inspect and clean up the entire palace before the Emperor arrives in Chang'an and arrange the garrison's defenses. Therefore, I cannot leave, and my family will have to move here from Luoyang." Duguyu suddenly understood and said, "There are only women and children in the Erlang residence. It is indeed not easy to move. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. When the time comes, I will personally go to Luoyang and escort your family here." Yang Fan smiled slightly and shook his head. Although Xiaoman and Nu are women, they have skills that are not inferior to men. Moreover, with my current abilities, there is no need for me to trouble elder brother with just moving. What I want to talk about is another matter. Of course, this is also my family. Duguyu's eyes turned in thought. Does Erlang have a mistress? He replied cautiously, "Just tell me. As long as I can help, I will not refuse." Yang Fan gently lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, "Ningku. I want Brother Dugu to bring Ningku back from Luoyang." Duguyu let out an "ah" and a sorrowful expression appeared on his face. Although his sister had passed away a long time ago, he had the deepest relationship with his sister. Suddenly hearing Yang Fan mention her, it inevitably brought back his sadness. Yang Fan said in a low voice. I have bought land by the Longqing pool and am building a new house. I want to bring her back. Duguyu was silent. Yang Fan said, things are unpredictable. Although Ningku is extremely smart, he could not predict the emperor's move of the capital. Now that I am in Chang'an, how can I leave her alone in Luoyang? Duguyu hesitated and said, Erlang, you and Ningku have no status. I am afraid. Yang Fan shook his head and said, status? Ningku is unmarried. After his death, his coffin should be transported back to Chang and then buried in the Dugu family's ancestral house. But she didn't. Why? These are Ningku's last words. I can't disobey. You should know very well why she wants to stay in Luoyang, brother-in-law. Duguyu's body shook and his eyes turned red. After a long silence, he nodded hard and said, Okay. I will handle this matter. Yang Fan stood up and bowed to him. Duguyu bowed back and left with heavy step. Yang Fan did not mention marrying Ningku and giving her a status. Those ceremonies were for the living to see. It was enough for him to remember this woman in his heart for the rest of his life. There was no need to show it to others. Moreover, if he really wanted to marry Dugu Ningku publicly, it would cause a lot of trouble. There must be some people in the Dugu family who were not willing to marry their eldest daughter to a married woman. Even if it was a ghost marriage, they would take the opportunity to challenge Duguyu's authority again. And Yang Fan did not want to embarrass Xiao Man. Even if Xiao Man was broad-minded and affectionate to him, she would not have any objection in this matter. Moreover, once this matter was made public, it would inevitably arouse the suspicion of the emperor and the vigilance of the Shandong scholars. Therefore, it was better to do it quietly and do his best to show his affection. By the time Yang Fan returned to the inner residence, the sky had already cleared up. The clouds had stopped and the rain had stopped. On the bright green branches and leaves, there were still drops of water falling along with the gentle breeze. The bright flowers were stained with the sparkling and translucent water droplets, tender and beautiful. The sun shone on the earth, and it was warm. Gu Zhuting ordered the kitchen to stew a turtle and snake soup for Yang Fan. She had just returned to the inner house when she saw Yang Fan slowly walking towards her. These 2 days, Yang Fan was like a cock in heat. He harassed Gu Zhuting so much that she wanted to see him but was also afraid to see him. Whenever she saw him, she would subconsciously want to avoid him. But there was only one woman in the inner house. She was originally responsible for taking care of Yang Fan. Where could she hide? Gu Zhuting could only brace herself and go forward. It was not that Lu Qietian was reluctant to send maids to serve Yang Fan. It was because after Yang Fan was assassinated, the Ministry of Justice, the censorate and Yang Fan's own subordinates were extremely sensitive. Although Yang Fan accepted his kindness and moved to the island to recuperate, everyone on the island was Yang Fan's subordinate. No one else was allowed to go on the island. After sending Duguyu away, Yang Fan was still depressed and had not calmed down. He only nodded at Gu Zhuting and slowly walked into the room. Gu Zhuting saw that he was not in a good mood and was startled. She thought that Duguyu had bad news to tell Yang Fan and quickly followed him in. Yang Fan took off his boots and lazily lay on the bed. He used a cushion as a pillow and looked at the ceiling in a daze. Gu Zhuting sat on the side of the bed and softly asked, Is Ah Lang not feeling well? Yang Fan shook his head. He grabbed one of her soft hands and gently rubbed it against his cheek. After a long time, he said in a low voice, It's nothing. I just want to rest. Gu Zhuting agreed in a low voice and pulled a thin quilt over to cover him gently. Seeing that his face was still gloomy, Gu Zhuting became even more worried. She bit her thin lips and her pretty face blushed before she spoke. She mustered up her courage and said, Ah Lang, if you are tired, you can return to the inner room to rest. I will wait on Ah Lang to sleep. Yang Fan looked at her in surprise and a trace of a strange smile slowly appeared in his eyes. Gu Zhuting was embarrassed by his stare. She blushed and lowered her head. She said, The inner room should be quieter. This was a little too obvious. Yang Fan mischievously asked, "Although it is quiet, are you not afraid that Ah Lang's injury has not healed?" This was also one of the reasons why Gu Zhuting shyly declined. It was just that at this time she was offering herself as a pillow. It was inevitable that she was flustered and did not notice Yang Fan's teasing. Thus, she lowered her head and shyly replied, I heard that when you serve a man, you don't need to tire yourself out." The smile in Yang Fan's eyes deepened. "Oh? You know?" Gu Zhuting blushed and said, "How would I know? This is what I heard when I was dealing with people in Jianghu." But, she quickly glanced at Yang Fan and said, "But Ah Lang must know. Ah Lang can teach me." She gathered her courage and said this. Her pretty face was tender and beautiful, even more beautiful than the sunset glow on the horizon. Yang Fan could not help laughing quietly. He gently pulled Gu Zhuting into his embrace like a little kitten. Yang Fan gently kissed her smooth cheek and softly said, "What a lovely person. I'm very lucky. I'm lucky that I didn't miss you again." At this time, Yang Fan did not have the impulse. He only wanted to hold her soft body. However, Gu Zhufan misunderstood and thought that Yang Fan wanted to have her here. She was as nervous as a bow. Yang Fan sensed her nervousness and deliberately teased her. "Don't worry. It is almost evening. There will not be any big brother or third brother coming to make trouble." This made Gu Zhuting's misunderstanding even deeper. She blushed and closed her eyes, making a mosquito-like sound in agreement. She then heard Gu Da's excited voice ring out from the courtyard, Sister, our house's blueprint is out. Quickly come and take a look." Yang Fan was stunned and muttered to himself, "How could I forget that I still have a bunch of brothers-in-law and brothers-in-law?" Chapter 1005. As Yang Fan went to Shin Mu's banquet in Pingkong Square in the rain, Yang Fan began to get busy. Chen Dong and Sun Yuxuan from the Ministry of Justice, Hu Yuanli, Shi Yu, Wen Ao from the Censorate, and even the Chong and bureaucrats led by Lu Biantian kept coming to visit him. Many things needed the approval of Yang Fan, who held the title of Loyal General of 1,000 horsemen and investigating and punishing officials, to deal with the aftermath of the purge. Zhang Chongzong would also drop by every now and then. His intentions were pure and without any ulterior motive. He only wanted to express his concern and closeness to Yang Fan. These were only the interactions on the surface. Secretly, Yang Fan and Shin Mu had contacted each other a few times. Shin Mu even arranged for old Grandpa Zheng to meet with Yang Fan on behalf of the aristocratic families. These aristocratic families were millennium-old aristocratic families that had even experienced the change of dynasties. Although they were quite annoyed when they fell into the hands of the two juniors, Yang Fan and Shin Mu, they immediately adjusted their mentality once they realized that the truth could not be changed. Moreover, the succession hall had already seized their Achilles' heel. They calmly negotiated with Yang Fan and Shin Mu. This meeting was very amiable. When old Grandpa Zheng saw them, he did not mention their betrayal at all. These aristocratic family heads would not do meaningless things. Old Grandpa Zheng was more concerned about what they needed, what they wanted to do in the future, and how they planned to cooperate with the aristocratic families. Yang Fan and Shin Mu were very open and honest with old Grandpa Zheng. They even told him about how the obvious and hidden sects would get along with each other in the future. Although the obvious and hidden sects had joined hands to trick the aristocratic families, the two sects also had their own interests. If they continued to fight, both sides would definitely suffer. However, if they settled things just like that, then they would not have fundamentally resolved the conflict of interests between the two sects, and there would definitely be waves in the future. This was something that Yang Fan and Shin Mu couldn't avoid. Even if they were brothers born from the same mother, it was impossible for them to give up even if they wanted to. There were many people under them, and these people weren't just blockheads who only knew how to follow orders. They also had their own desires. As a leader, putting aside the fact that Yang Fan didn't have the ability to control the desires of his subordinates. Even Shen Mu, who single-handedly established the hidden sect, didn't have the ability to make his subordinates stop. Since there was no way to avoid it, he could only solve it. The result of Shen Mu and Yang Fan's discussion was that the two sects would be responsible for a clear division of responsibilities. One would be responsible for the imperial court, the other for Jianghu. Every time there was a major change in the imperial government, the change of regime, or even a change of dynasty, the forces that were placed in the light would mostly be exposed or implicated by the faction that had lost power. As such, they would retire and hide in the pugilistic world. The hidden sect would then replace them and become one with the new political forces or infiltrate them to support a new batch of officials. Once the benefits were clearly divided, it wouldn't be easy for there to be friction between the two factions. The faction in the imperial court would need to provide protection and convenience to the faction that was in opposition in the dark, while the faction that was in opposition would need to clear away the troubles and obstacles for the faction in the imperial court. As such, both parties would have the same interests and would share weal and woe. As such, their relationship would naturally be inseparable. On the other hand, if there was a major change in the political situation, the faction in the imperial court would lose power, or the old regime would be overthrown. In order to ensure their authority and benefits, the faction that was in trouble would be willing to retire behind the scenes and wholeheartedly support the faction that was originally in opposition to ascend the throne. In fact, the aristocratic families had played this trick before. The aristocratic families that had been passed down for thousands of years naturally had their own philosophy of survival. One of the most important principles was, never put all your eggs in one basket. Even if an aristocratic family felt that the situation was already very clear and that they could clearly declare to stand on one side, they would still collude with the other side. Or perhaps there would be one or two scum of the family who would still maintain contact with the other side. This was so that when the situation went out of control, the clan would have a way out. Now, the succession hall's approach was exactly the same as their philosophy of survival, except that it was more secretive and more organized. After all, a clan's surname was their most obvious brand. Many times, it wasn't that the politicians didn't know that the aristocratic families were leaving a way out for themselves, and it wasn't that they didn't know that the aristocratic families were still maintaining contact with one side. However, their political wisdom made it so that they could only pretend to be deaf and mute. However, the structure of the succession hall allowed them to perfectly conceal this point. As for the succession hall's cooperation with the aristocratic families, it basically maintained its original relationship. However, the 7 sects and 5 families could no longer interfere with the internal affairs of the succession hall as they used to, nor could they casually depose the succession hall's sect master. Shen Mu and Yang Fan's reforms meant that the succession hall's value to the aristocratic families hadn't disappeared, and it had even strengthened. Moreover, if something happened to the succession hall, it wouldn't be easy to expose the power of the aristocratic families behind it. Thus, although the aristocratic families were still dissatisfied with the succession hall's independence, they calmly accepted this fact. In addition, the Guanlong aristocratic family's liaison, Duguyu, also came very frequently. They assisted Yang Fan and Shen Mu in carrying out a bloody purge. According to the list provided by the obvious and hidden sects, they eliminated the unstable elements within them. Afterwards, the most important matter was to seize the Shandong aristocratic family's interests in the Guangzhou region. Once the distribution of interests was involved, it would be troublesome. Moreover, many of these matters were related to officialdom. These matters couldn't be separated from Yang Fan's mediation, balance, and distribution. At this time, the transport ship had already set sail from Yangzhou, beginning a long voyage of 9 months. This voyage wasn't entirely on the water. They had to stop at the docks along the way to load up provisions, rushed to some areas where the river level was too low for the ship to travel, and stopped to wait for the flood season. When they passed by some places where floods had broken out, they had to stop and wait for the water to recede. All of this required strict management and deployment, and needed to sort out the various local relationships. Although these matters mainly depended on the stewards who traveled with the ship, the stewards who remained on Ba were also very busy. Gu Zhuting still retained her identity as the branch leader of the Water Fist of the Shun School. Regardless of whether it was internally or externally, she had many things to do. 2 months ago, because of Yang Fan's serious injury, Gu Zhuting almost abandoned everything on Ba. It was only now that she had the time to rush back to deal with it. When the obvious and hidden sects divided the imperial court and Jianghu forces, she would definitely have to hand over her position as the branch leader of the Water Fist. But right now, she couldn't leave her side. Moreover, the transport this time was a little later than in previous years, so she couldn't afford any unforeseen events. In this way, the entire island in the middle of the lake was left with a group of men. Although Yang Fan's body was gradually recovering, he was still nourishing himself with heavenly plants and earthly treasures every day. He was nourished until his face was faintly flushed, his glabella shone, and his eyes flickered with green light. But he had no interest in being a hero on the dry road, nor was he willing to wander around the brothel. Every morning, Yang Fan was woken up by his swollen body. Sometimes he really wanted to try and see if he would poke a hole in the bed if he used too much force. But considering that this room was lent to him by Lu Xiantian, he could only resentfully give up on this idea. Yang Fan had some medical knowledge and knew that he had actually overnourished himself. As long as he stopped eating the 3 nourishing medicinal meals a day, he should be able to recover. So Yang Fan went to find the chef to reason with him, but the chef, Master Zhu, sternly refused him. Actually, with Yang Fan's identity and status, there was no one on this island who would disobey his orders. But this order also depended on the type of order. For example, someone sternly criticized his immediate superior, "Leader, I want to give you a piece of advice. For the sake of work, you don't pay attention to your rest." Master Zhu felt that only by refusing him could he show his concern for Yang Fan. So, Master Zhu swung his spoon and vehemently refused Yang Fan's unreasonable request. Because his voice was too loud, it also attracted Ma Qiao and Ren Wei. They had good intentions, and Yang Fan couldn't say that he was like a male dog in heat right now. So he could only slip away unhappily as if he had failed to get what he wanted. Yang Fan had too much energy and nowhere to vent it, so he could only find more things to do. But the result of this was that everyone agreed that General Zhongwu was too diligent in his work and overworked himself, so he needed more nourishing food. Thus, Yang Fan's 3 meals a day, including drinking water, were all inseparable from nourishing food. At noon on this day, Yang Fan had just drunk a bowl of nourishing soup when he immediately had a nosebleed. Reflecting on this painful experience, Island Master Yang decided to use practical actions to prove that his body had already recovered and that he no longer needed nourishing food. Thus, he brought Ren Wei and the others to the lawn. First, he practiced a fist technique, and when he felt that there was no discomfort in his chest, he brandished his saber. Island Master Yang was itching to have Ren Wei come up and experience the 18 drops of stained clothing that he hadn't practiced in a long time, when a woman suddenly appeared on the island. The woman was very beautiful. She wore a long dress, and her sleeves were wide. Her waist was like silk, and her steps were slender. She looked truly amorous and indescribably beautiful. In truth, given Island Master Yang's current state, he would even feel coquettish if he saw a sow. The beauty was still far away, so Yang Fan sheathed his saber and stared at her. The woman walked slowly and finally came close. Her brows were like the crescent moon, and the tip of her nose was like a jade awl. She was very pretty, and she had some Hu blood in her. She wore a garb embroidered with stone and bamboo, and a fresh flower was inserted into her jet-black hair bun. She was beautiful, but she wasn't his sister, Zhu Ting. Yang Fan was greatly disappointed. What was the use of looking but not eating? This servant pays respect to General Zhongwu. The beauty in front of him smiled sweetly and curtsied. Her jade-green garb revealed a pinkish pair of breasts that contrasted with her snow-white skin and an alluring cleavage in the middle. It was very pleasing to the eye. Yang Fan's gaze seemed to be affected by gravity, and he continuously drooped down. He forced himself to fix his gaze on the beautiful smile of the lady, who was both happy and angry at the same time. He cleared his throat and asked, "Who are you, miss?" When the lady heard this, she faintly said, "Now that second brother has become a great general, you don't recognize me." When she said this, Ren Wei and the others looked at Yang Fan with a strange expression. Yang Fan wasn't a fool that would get himself into trouble. He immediately put on a stern expression and said, "This Yang and Miss really don't know each other. Why do you say that?" The lady wasn't afraid of him. She made a face at him and giggled. "This servant is Xu Xiaosao. Does second brother dare to say that you really don't know me?" "Xu Xiaosao?" Yang Fan frowned and thought carefully. Suddenly, he cried out involuntarily, "Ah! It's you! Aren't you?" Xu Xiaosao hurriedly gave him a look, and Yang Fan immediately shut his mouth. Yang Fan remembered that the reason he could remember her was because of her special name. Xu Xiaosao was an imperial maid in Wu Zetian's palace. When Wu Zetian was still the Empress Dowager, she was on duty in the Empress Dowager's palace. At that time, Yang Fan was the great horseman in the palace, standing guard every day with a halberd in his hand. That was why he knew Xu Xiaosao. One winter, it was snowing heavily. An imperial maid named Zhou Yuanbao teased Yang Fan when he was still a bald monk. It was Xu Xiaosao who helped Yang Fan out. Who knew that Xu Xiaosao would also tease Yang Fan and was seen by Xie Xiaoman, who was still prejudiced against Yang Fan at that time. This deepened her misunderstanding of Yang Fan. Since then, Yang Fan didn't have much to do with this Miss Xu Xiaosao. Later, when the imperial concubines and princesses went out to see the lanterns during the Shangyuan festival, some of the imperial maids would secretly escape. Wu Zetian felt that it was better to let them out. Every year, she would choose a batch of imperial maids to be released. Yang Fan thought that she had already been released to her hometown. Yang Fan saw the look in her eyes and knew that there was more to it. He immediately said to Ren Wei and the rest, "Disperse, I have something to say to this lady." Ren Wei and the rest dispersed, and the moment they left, Yang Fan said, "Miss Xiao Miao, a girl really changes 18 times between womanhood and womanhood. Ah. If you didn't mention it, this Yang really wouldn't have been able to recognize you." That sentence resolved the awkwardness, and Yang Fan immediately continued, "Is Miss still working in the palace?" Xu Xiaosao nodded and said faintly, "How can the people around the saint be sent out of the palace so easily?" "General Yang." Xu Xiaosao's beautiful eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. Yang Fan understood and immediately said, "Don't worry, everyone on this island can be trusted." Xu Xiaosao nodded and reached into her robes to take out something. She said in a low voice, "This is a secret letter, please open it personally, General." This thing was not kept in her robes, but kept close to her body. It was enough to show its importance. Moreover, she was someone by Wu Zetian's side. Yang Fan couldn't help but become cautious, forgetting to appreciate the graceful curves of her breasts when she reached into her robes. When she took out the letter, he quickly received it with both hands. Yang Fan hurriedly opened the secret letter and his expression changed immediately. Xu Xiaosao clearly knew the inside story. Seeing Yang Fan's expression, she said, "It's all in the past. Dai Ji has followed the saint for many years. His relationship with the saint is even deeper than that of the princes and princesses. Since the saint has already forgiven Dai Ji, there won't be any more trouble. However, you must ensure that no rumors are spread." When Yang Fan heard this, he knew that this Xu Xiaosao even knew about his relationship with Shanghai Wan. If that was the case, she must be Wan Er's confidant. He didn't hide it anymore and only asked in a low voice, "Has Wan Er arrived in Chang'an?" Shu Xiaosao said, "Daiji will arrive soon." When he was near Chang'an, Daiji purposely delayed his journey and ordered me to personally deliver the secret letter to General first. I understand. It's been hard on you this time. Do you want me to send someone to send you back? Shu Xiaosao smiled sweetly and said, "I dare not trouble General. My people are waiting outside the island. Xiao Miao doesn't dare to stay long. Since the letter has been delivered, I will take my leave now." Yang Fan solemnly bowed to her and said, "Thank you, miss." Looking at Shu Xiaosao's receding figure, Yang Fan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that after that one night in Sanyang Palace, Wan Er would actually bear a baby. He also didn't expect that Wan Er would miss the child so much that she dared to risk her life to keep the child. Moreover, she didn't tell him about these things until the dust had settled. Although these were all things in the past, Yang Fan still shuddered at the thought of it. At this time, he still didn't know that Wu Zetian had injured Wan Er in a rage. Yang Fan secretly rejoiced for a while. Suddenly, he remembered that Wan Er would arrive in Chang'an soon and Zhang Changzong would be responsible for settling her down. Where would she live then? In such a big city like Chang'an, there would be plenty of places to settle Shanghai Wan Er. Yang Fan wanted to take care of her personally. Wan Er had done so much for him. Now that she didn't even have a title, he didn't want Wan Er to suffer anymore. When Buqi was giving birth, she was kidnapped by young Master Jiang. When Anu was giving birth, he wasn't by her side. This time, no matter what, he had to fulfill his responsibility as a man and a father. Chapter 1006. Zhang Changzong had been living in the 1,000 horsemen camp, which was filled with the elite soldiers of the imperial army. At the same time, Zhang Changzong's 2,000 steel cavalry were also stationed there. Of course, it was impregnable in terms of security. However, one could easily imagine how unsettled the camp was. Actually, after the purge, Zhang Changzong didn't need to continue living here. As the host, Lu Xiantian should at least show some appreciation. For example, he could invite Zhang Changzong to stay on the island in the center of Longqing Pool to show some hospitality. However, Lu Xiantian didn't do anything. Carefully thinking about Lu Xiantian's inhumane actions, it was actually very thought-provoking. Back when Lu Xiantian invited Yang Fan to stay in his private villa on the island, it was also because it was a critical moment of the purge. Lu Xiantian was in a hurry to express goodwill to Yang Fan and improve his relationship with the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done this kind gesture. There was only one reason: the situation was unclear. Lu Xiantian was on the Empress Dowager's side. Before the Empress Dowager became the Emperor of the Zhou dynasty, he had stayed in Chang'an. Now the Empress Dowager had been the emperor for 10 years. Time and space had widened the distance between him and the Empress. Strictly speaking, he was no longer the Empress's absolute confidant. Lu Xiantian colluded with the local forces in Chang'an and secretly built his own power because of this sense of crisis. He was very cunning, like an agile snow fox. He would be able to smell the slightest disturbance in the court, and he would be able to smell the scent of unease. He was far away in Chang'an, but he knew everything that was happening in Luoyang like the back of his hand. He knew very well how many officials who had been deeply trusted by the Empress had now become lackeys to be cooked. Thus, he had always been very glad that he could stay in Chang'an. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't fall in the treacherous political turmoil. Now, Chang'an was suddenly about to become the political center of the country. The political signal of the emperor moving the capital was, "Return power to Li." How could the cunning Lu Xiantian not plan for his own future? The Empress was too old. She, who had one foot in the grave, had lost the confidence to make people follow her wholeheartedly. Every step Lu Biantian took required careful consideration. He needed to consider the changes in the political situation of the court in the next few years. The emperor would definitely come from either the Li family or the Wu family. The Li family had at least a 60% chance of becoming the emperor, while the Wu family had at least a 40% chance. It was impossible for anyone else to covet the throne. This was Lu Qiantian's judgment. Brother Zhang had already offended both the Wu and Li families, so Lu Qiantian didn't want to get close to him. A new emperor brought his own courtiers. Even the slightest mistake now could be used by others to make a big deal out of it in the future. The astute Lu Biantian had set a guideline for himself in this unpredictable environment: only seek to avoid mistakes, not achievements. Therefore, other than the welcoming banquet he held on behalf of the Chang'an government when Zhang Changzong first arrived in Chang'an, he did not express anything else after that. Seeing many people flatter Zhang Changzong, the emperor's most favored official, and offer expensive gifts in order to gain more power after the emperor moved west, Lu Qiantian stood in the deep courtyard of the Chang'an local government and only responded with a disdainful sneer. He was not moved at all. Lu Qiantian's attitude was actually alienating the second Zhang. If Zhang Yizhi was here, perhaps he would be able to sense something, but Zhang Changzong could not. He had unparalleled beauty, and he was talented in the 4 arts, but he had no political wisdom. Faced with the stream of flatterers, Zhang Changzong had completely ignored Lu Qiantian. He thought that Lu Qiantian lived in seclusion and was careful with his words because so many things had happened in Guanzhong and Lu Qiantian could not escape the blame. Therefore, he was anxious and did not realize what Lu Qiantian's actions, as the top political figure in Guanzhong, meant. Fortunately, there were people who constantly went to the 1,000 Horsemen camp to give gifts and banquet. Otherwise, Zhang Changzong would not have been able to stay in the 1,000 Horsemen camp. Su Liang, Ma Qiao, Huang Xuchang and the others were respectful to Zhang Changzong, but these rough people had no common topics with him. The people who constantly came to visit were mostly civil officials and scholars, so Zhang Changzong was not so annoyed. Near noon, Zhang Changzong had just sent off a guest and returned to his room to carefully play with a pair of jade horses that the guest had given him. Suddenly, someone came to report that Yang Fan had arrived. Zhang Changzong hurriedly ordered people to put away the treasures and personally went out to welcome him. Yang Fan was the commander of the 1,000 Horsemen camp and naturally did not need to wait for others to announce his return. Hearing that he had returned, Su Liang, Huang Xuchang, Lu Maofeng and the others all hurried to greet him. They crowded around Yang Fan and laughed as they walked in. Zhang Changzong came out to welcome him. Seeing Yang Fan, he smiled and said, "Erlang is back. Forgive me for not welcoming you earlier." Yang Fan joked, "Speaking of which, I'm the host here, and Lu Lang is my honored guest. Today, I'm the one who's being rude, and the host has to be the guest." Zhang Changzong laughed and quickly took Yang Fan's arm into the room and sat down with him. Yang Fan said, "Now that I have recovered, I specially came back to the camp to take a look. At the same time, I intend to invite Lu Lang to stay at the island in the middle of the lake. The security there is not inferior to here, but the scenery is 100 times better. Lu Lang, don't you feel bored living in the camp all day with these uncouth people?" Zhang Changzong was greatly moved. Before he could answer, a close attendant suddenly came in and whispered a few words in his ear. Then, he handed him a secret letter. Zhang Changzong opened it and a strange look appeared on his face. Today, Yang Fan came just in time. He had asked people to pay attention to the journey of Shanghai Wan Er's troops. Knowing that they had already arrived in Chang'an, he rushed to see Zhang Changzong first. Seeing Zhang Changzong's expression, he knew that Wan Er had sent someone to deliver a letter. Yang Fan pretended not to know and deliberately asked, "What's the matter, Lu Lang? Do you need my help?" Yang Fan's action was a bit presumptuous, but Yang Fan had to say it. Otherwise, if Zhang Changzong really bypassed him and arranged for Wan to go to a secluded place, it would be difficult for him to visit her. Although he could sneak there, it was not a long-term solution. Zhang Changzong raised his head and said to Su Liang and others with a serious face, "Everyone, please leave for a moment. I have something important to discuss with General Yang." Seeing that he looked serious and even used a more formal address to address Yang Fan, everyone knew that the two really had something important to discuss. Everyone hurriedly left the table and retreated. In a moment, the hall was empty and even the messenger left. Yang Fan said with a smile, "Lu Lang, why are you so serious?" Zhang Changzong lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "Someone from the capital has arrived. Shangguan Wei has arrived." Yang Fan smiled disapprovingly and said, "His Majesty has already announced to the world that the capital will be moved to Chang'an this year. He also said that he will first send Shangguan Wei here to prepare for the move with Lulang. I also know of this matter. There is nothing strange about Shangguan Wei's arrival. Lulang just needs to go and greet him properly." Zhang Changzong chuckled and shook his head, saying, "If it was just Shangguan Wei, why would I act like this? Do you know why Shangguan Wei came?" Yang Fan was moved and said, "Could it be that Shangguan Wei has another mission and there will be another storm in Guangzhou?" Zhang Changzong could not hide his excitement. He pushed the secret letter in his hand and said, "Lulang, please take a look." Yang Fan deliberately refused and said, "How can I read His Majesty's secret edict?" Zhang Changzong said, "This is not a secret edict. Besides, you are not an outsider." These words had the intention of roping him in. Yang Fan pretended not to hear the meaning behind the words and reached out to take Zhang Changzong's secret letter. He opened it and showed a shocked expression. Zhang Changzong chuckled and said, "Changzong always thought that if there was only one person left in the palace who kept her chastity, it would be this Shangguan Wei. Who would have thought that Shangguan Wei would also be so dissolute in the imperial examinations? Now he has caused a human life." Haha. Zhang Changzong had always admired Shanghai Wan-er's talent. Adding on that during the development of the two powers, Wan-er had always restrained and given in to them, so the two had a good personal relationship. Now that he had suddenly heard of such a romantic affair, Zhang Changzong only expressed an instinctive interest as a man but did not say anything too excessive. Yang Fan held the letter and felt slightly sad. He knew how much Shanghai Wan-er treasured her reputation. But he also knew that if he did not ruin his own reputation, it would be difficult to dispel the female emperor's wariness and murderous intent. Wan-er had made the most correct move. This was to protect their child. What moved Yang Fan was that before this, Wan-er had not revealed anything to him. In this world, the hardest thing to guess was the human heart. In the eyes of the emperor, killing one person and keeping one person alive were common things. When the emperor was unhappy, a few words of criticism could cause her to kill her own grandson and granddaughter. Although Wan-er was by the emperor's side and could grasp the emperor's mood at any time and choose the best time to reveal the truth, she did not have the confidence that she would be safe. If the emperor really wanted to kill her, then it would be one corpse and two lives. The reason she did not let him know before she was out of danger was to protect him to the greatest extent possible. Although Yang Fan had learned of the news yesterday, thinking of Wan-er's good intentions today, his heart was still moved. "Wan-er, I have owed you too much. I fear I will not be able to repay this love in this lifetime." Zhang Changzong saw that Yang Fan was staring at the secret letter in a daze and knew that he was stunned by the news. He was a popular person in front of the emperor, and his status could not be lower than Shangguandi's. There was no harm in teasing her a little. With Yang Fan's status, he naturally did not dare to say too much, so he cleared his throat. Yang Fan came to his senses and quickly put down the secret letter. He complained, "Such a secret, 6th Lang should not have let me and Wen know." Zhang Changzong said with a smile, "I have never regarded Erlang as an outsider. What harm is there for a brother to know?" I still want you to help me come up with some ideas on how to properly arrange the Shangguan system. As Zhang Changzong spoke, he could not help but feel a bit proud of himself. He did not ask Yang Fan to leave because this was someone else's territory. It was fine for him to ask someone else to leave, but if he asked this loyal general to leave, it would be too unreasonable. After reading the contents of the secret letter, he suddenly had an idea. He felt that letting Yang Fan and Wen know the secret was a good opportunity to improve their relationship. A common secret was the easiest way to improve the relationship between two people. Second, Zhang used the emperor's favor and painstakingly managed to win over a group of henchmen in the court. But he did not make much progress in the army. So far, his greatest achievement was to place Lu Maofeng in the 1,000 Horsemen Battalion. He and Zhang Yizhi had always wanted to pull Yang Fan, the commander in charge of the Central Armed Forces, to their side. Today's action of not acting like an outsider was naturally to express goodwill and rope him in. When Yang Fan appeared here today, he had also fully considered Zhang Changzong's possible reaction. He had also prepared at least 2 sets of contingency measures. But it was clear that the first move was effective in dealing with Zhang Changzong, a political incompetent. While Zhang Changzong was feeling proud of himself, this matter had become Yang Fan's lead. Yang Fan said regretfully, "I didn't look at the almanac when I went out today. I've come to the wrong place." Zhang Changzong laughed proudly and pointed at him. "Look at how scared you are. Don't worry. The sage meant that as long as you don't make a fuss, it's fine. You are also the emperor's confidant. What is there to be afraid of?" Yang Fan smiled bitterly. "In short, this is muddy water." Zhang Changzong laughed. All right. Don't complain. Where do you think we should arrange for her?" Yang Fan asked in return. "What do you plan to do, Sixth Lang?" Zhang Changzong held his chin and thought for a while. "How about letting Shangguan Dai live in Ganya Temple? It's very secluded there. I can take care of her nearby." Yang Fan thought for a while and frowned. "That's not appropriate." Zhang Changzong asked, "What's wrong?" Yang Fan said, "Ganya Temple is a royal temple. It specially takes in the concubines who haven't given birth when the late emperor passed away. Moreover, the temple is located in the Forbidden Garden and has little contact with the outside world. Sixth Lang must have thought of this place for this reason?" Zhang Changzong nodded. "Exactly," Yang Fan said, "but because the Bikunis there are all concubines of the late emperor and have seen a lot of things, I'm afraid they will notice something. Moreover, the sage made this arrangement. Obviously, Shangguan Dai is of great use. Shangguan Dai is here with the sage's order to prepare for the relocation of the capital. Won't people be suspicious if she lives in Ganya Temple?" Zhang Changzong also felt that his idea was not very mature after hearing Yang Fan's word. He said, "Then in Erling's opinion, what should we do?" Yang Fan said, "First, this place must be remote and quiet. It's difficult for ordinary people to come in contact with it. Only then can the secret not be leaked to the greatest extent. Second, this place must be elegant and in line with Shangguan Dai's identity. It must let people know that she came to Chang, and with the sage's order and not to be placed under house arrest or banished. Third." Before Yang Fan could finish, Zhang Changzong's eyes lit up. He blurted out, "The island in the middle of the lake." Yang Fan was startled. "The island in the middle of the lake?" Zhang Changzong said excitedly, "That's right. The island in the middle of the lake meets this requirement." Yang Fan was stunned for a while. He nodded and said, "That's right. The island in the middle of the lake is indeed a suitable place. How about this? My body has recovered and I don't need to stay on the island to recuperate. I'll move out of Longqing Square and return to the 1,000 Horsemen camp today. Lulang and Shangguan Dai can live in Longqing Pool." Zhang Changzong was not willing to live alone with Shangguan Wan'er. Everything he had came from the emperor. Now that he knew Shangguan Wan'er's private affairs were not clean, he would certainly think of avoiding suspicion. He didn't go to the island in the middle of the lake earlier or later. When Shangguan Wan'er came, he moved to the island in the middle of the lake. Moreover, he also chased Yang Fan away. A man and a woman alone together. If any indecent rumors were to spread, it would be troublesome. Although Wan'er was already a pregnant woman and the emperor wouldn't take it seriously, he was not willing to do anything that would make the emperor slightly unhappy. Therefore, Zhang Changzong immediately rejected Yang Fan's proposal. He said resolutely, "No, Erlang will still live on the island. With you here, you can help me cover up. Erlang is full of wisdom. With you here, in case something happens, I will have someone to discuss it with." Yang Fan repeatedly refused. "No, no, no. It's better to avoid trouble. Lulang, please let me go." Zhang Changzong said with a smile, "Erlang already knows about this." Yang Fan said, "But Shangguan Dai doesn't know that I already know about this." Zhang Changzong said, "Shangguan Dai doesn't know, but I know." Yang Fan stared at him and said gloomily, "You're really careless in making friends." Zhang Changzong laughed and cupped his hands. "Thank you, Erlang. I'll remember this favor." Chapter 1007. Shanghai Wan'er arrived in Chang'an. When Zhang Changzong picked up Shanghai Wan'er and sent her to the island in the middle of the lake in Longqing Square, the news spread in Chang'an. As soon as the news spread, the officials in Chang'an were greatly relieved. The arrival of Shanghai Wan'er meant that the emperor's cleansing of Chang'an had come to an end. Next, the focus should be on a series of matters related to moving the capital. Shanghai Wan'er was a female official of the inner court. Because she was in charge of the Institute of History and the Hanlin Academy, she would have dealings with the officials and scholars in the capital. In Chang'an, she did not need to contact the local officials, and the local officials would not visit a female official of the palace. The internal and external systems were separate, and there was a clear distinction between them. Moreover, in terms of rank, Shanghai Wan'er was only a 6th-rank official. In Chang'an, even a county magistrate was a 5th-rank official. A group of officials were all of a higher rank than Shanghai Wan'er. It was too embarrassing to fight to visit an official of a lower rank than oneself, especially a female official of the palace. Wu Zetian had also considered this, so she sent Shanghai Wan'er to Chang'an. She was a female official of the palace, and in Chang'an, she was in charge of matters related to the palace. She would not have any dealings with other officials, so it was easy to hide the secret of her pregnancy. Yang Fan had already made some arrangements on the island. The guards were sent to the periphery as much as possible to create a relaxed and peaceful atmosphere inside. As for the guards that Lu Qiantian sent, they were all driven away by Yang Fan's people. The reason was that the 2 imperial envoys, Zhang Changzong and Shanghai Wan'er, were living on the island, and the island's defense was under Yang Fan's sole responsibility. Lu Qiantian was eager to have less contact with them before the political situation became clear, so he immediately withdrew his people. In this way, the island in the middle of the lake became Yang Fan's world. Wan'er moved into the villa of the founding marquis, while Zhang Changzong moved into the Lu villa with Yang Fan, occupying a courtyard of his own. After Zhang Changzong settled down Shanghai Wan'er, he quickly left. Xue Huai was so favored in the past, but once he did something that made the empress unhappy, he would also end up in a puff of smoke. Zhang Changzong naturally took this as a warning. Yang Fan knew that Wan'er had just arrived at the island in the middle of the lake, and the attendants were busy arranging their own accommodations. At this time, it was not quiet to come and go, so he waited patiently. With great difficulty, he waited until evening. He estimated that the other side had quietened down, and then he flew over the 2-feet-high wall, and without anyone noticing, snuck into Shangguan Wan'er's residence. The defense on the island was tight on the outside, but loose on the inside. After all, it was not a time of war. There were only 2 villas on the island, and the people who lived there were 3 ministers. one civil, one military, and one internal court. There was not a single person who should not be here, so there was no need for the layers of defense. The two villas did not even have halberd guards. However, Yang Fan had already learned from Wanner's letter that there were a few Plum Blossom Palace guards accompanying them. These women were all highly skilled, so Yang Fan did not dare to be careless. After he snuck into Wanner's residence, he was still very careful, as if he was walking on thin ice. After Shanghai Wanner saw Zhang Changzong off, she first ordered someone to boil water for a bath, washing away the dust from the journey. She changed into a loose and comfortable robe, and then lay down lazily on the couch. Her belly was becoming more and more cumbersome, and after sitting for a long time, she felt her back ache. It was more comfortable to lie on her side like this. Xu Xiaomiao carried a bowl of fresh goat's milk and quietly called out, "Sister." Wanner had been in the carriage the entire way, and now lying down felt like she was standing on a boat. Hearing Xu Xiaomiao's voice, she tiredly opened her eyes and looked. Lazily, she said, "Leave it there for now." Xu Xiaomiao made a sound of agreement and placed the goat's milk on the low table. Wanner said, "You are tired, go rest." As she spoke, she turned over. She had a big belly, and it was not convenient to turn over. After turning over, Wanner let out a long breath. She was very tired, but she could not sleep. She knew that Yang Fan would definitely come to see her. Suddenly, someone behind her sat down on the side of the couch. A hand gently rested on her waist. Wanner thought it was Xu Xiaomiao who had not left and lazily said, "Why are you not going to rest?" But she immediately felt that something was wrong. She quickly turned her head and saw Yang Fan sitting on the side of the couch, looking at her with a deep gaze. The two of them looked at each other for a long time. Yang Fan's eyes slowly became moist, and Wanner's eyes were already misty. Two clear tears gradually condensed. Lang Jun, Wanner called out, and threw herself into Yang Fan's arms, tears streaming down her face. "Slow down your body right now." Yang Fan was startled by her agility. He was afraid to touch her body, so he was a little flustered. It was not until Wanner threw herself into his arms, and hot tears wet his shoulder that Yang Fan's frozen arms slowly came down, and he gently hugged her. Wanner lay in Yang Fan's arms. Yang Fan used his chin to gently rub the wet, soft hair on her head, which gave off the fragrance of honey locust. He softly said, "I'm sorry to trouble you." After a long time, Yang Fan gently lifted Wanner's body and gently wiped away the tears on her cheeks. Seeing the plum blossom-shaped flower between her eyebrows, Yang Fan couldn't help but tease. "In the past, you didn't like to dress up. You always looked plain. Why are you paying attention to your appearance now that you are pregnant?" When Yang Fan said this, his expression suddenly changed. The flower between Wanner's eyebrows was bright red, and it added a bit of charm to Wanner, who was always beautiful. At first glance, Yang Fan also had a feeling of amazement. But sitting so close, he naturally found something strange. He immediately reached out to touch it. Lang Jun, Wanner quickly grabbed his hand, but Yang Fan's fingers had already touched the flower between her eyebrows. The feeling from his fingertips told him that it was not an illusion. Her eyebrows were injured, and that was why Wanner had painstakingly painted the flower to cover up the wound. Yang Fan's expression immediately darkened. He asked, "How did you get injured between your eyebrows?" The arrow wound on Yang Fan's chest was shocking. Although it had already healed, if someone saw the dark arrow scar the size of a copper coin and thought about where it was, they would be secretly afraid. Speaking of which, Wanner's flesh wound was nothing, but all women cared about their appearance. Yang Fan especially cared about his woman. He knew that with Wanner's environment, it was impossible for her to have any flesh wound, unless something happened. Wanner knew she could not hide this from Yang Fan, and she did not want to hide it. After all, it was all in the past. Wanner nestled in Yang Fan's arms, and told him everything that had happened. Although this matter had long since passed, Yang Fan still felt shaken to the core when he heard it. If the Empress' killing intent had been slightly stronger at that time, Yang Fan was secretly shocked and broke into a cold sweat. He couldn't help but hold Wanner's hand tightly. He complained, that was too risky. Wanner, when you first found out you were pregnant, you should have aborted it. I didn't want to. Wanner's voice was soft but very firm. You know, every time I see Xiao Man's children and hear them call for their parents, I feel sad. Even in my dreams, I want a child of my own. When I suddenly found out I was pregnant, I was not afraid. I was only full of joy. At that time, I decided that since God gave it to me, then I must give birth to it. You shouldn't have hidden it from me. But if I told you, would you have any good ideas? Wanner said softly. If I told you about this, you would not be able to do anything. I am someone from the palace. You cannot make me disappear for no reason. If you forcefully interfere, the result will be worse. Once you know, you will not be able to stay out of it. So, I did not tell you. Yang Fan was full of regret and said, It is my fault. That day in the palace of Three Yang, I was 2. I made you suffer so much. Wanner gently threw herself into his arms and smiled sweetly. At the time, I was also afraid. But when I was really pregnant, I was only full of joy. I did not suffer. Giving birth is a mother's life and death trial. Which woman would not want to go through this trial? What's a little flesh wound like this? Yang Fan held her tightly. After a long time, he slowly said, I am a bit regretful. If I did not want to do something at the beginning, but wholeheartedly planned to take you away, maybe I could have thought of a way. Then, you would not have to take such a great risk to give birth to our child. Yang Fan's fingers once again touched the flower between Wanner's eyebrows, which were as red as blood. He said in a low voice, A painting that dyed the world with blood cannot rival the cinnabar between your eyebrows. Even if you control the world, it is just a flourish. Wanner said softly, You can give up power, glory, wealth, and glory, but can you give up your responsibility? Can you let your children live in seclusion with you in the mountains? Can you let them live in seclusion as mountain people? You have subordinates who follow you, friends who trust you, elders who value you. We are born human. Every one of us has something we must do. Yang Fan was speechless. He could only quietly hold her tight. Wanner smiled and said, Besides, if you and I really left at that time, how could you recognize Xiao Man? Everything is arranged by God. Fortunately, it is over. Don't think too much. Let me lie down. It is a bit uncomfortable to sit like this. Hearing this, Yang Fan quickly let go of her and pulled over a pillow for her to lie down. Wanner gently touched her belly and happily said, In another 3 months, you can see our baby son. Yang Fan deliberately let the atmosphere lighten up. He touched Wanner's belly and smiled. How can it be a son? What is wrong with a daughter? When she is born, she will be as gentle and beautiful as you. Wanner glanced at him and said, Hypocrite. Who doesn't want a son? I want to have a son. Yang Fan said, It is good to have a daughter. I will prepare a dowry for her, and I will have fulfilled my responsibility as a father. If I have a son, as the father, I will have to work hard to earn the family business for him. Wanner giggled and rolled her eyes at him. She said, My son does not depend on you. Since I was put in an important position by the saints, the property, shops, and thousands of hectares of farmland that my family did not use as officials have all been returned. Now, my mother is in charge of it. Won't these all belong to my son in the future? Yang Fan was surprised. Thousands of hectares of farmland? 1 hectare was 50 hectares. 1,000 hectares, that was no less than 50,000 hectares. Wanner leisurely said, To be precise, it is 1,680 hectares. Our family has always been the biggest landlord in Qi province. As she said this, she sighed regretfully and said, When we were in trouble, a lot of it was divided up by others. Those were the aristocratic families that had contributed to the country. We can't get it back. Otherwise, not counting the donated farmland, our family would have at least 3,000 hectares of land. Yang Fan had been hurriedly estimating how many hectares was 1,860 hectares. He had just estimated it to be around 80,000 hectares, and then he heard 3,000 hectares. He really was tongue-tied. This Xianzong sect leader had only been in power for a short period of time. In reality, he hadn't even calculated how much property he controlled. Hearing that it was in units of 10,000 hectares, he couldn't help but be shocked. In reality, in the early Tang dynasty, just the rewards the court gave to meritorious officials were hundreds or thousands of hectares. For example, Pei Ji had once received thousands of hectares of land from Gaozong. The Shangguan family was a family of officials, and they were the powerful ministers of Gaozong dynasty. It was not strange that they had such land. When the Shangguan family was at its peak, if they added on the land of the farmers that had submitted to them, the Shangguan family probably had tens of thousands of hectares of land. If it wasn't so, how could those prestigious families influence the local government and influence the court? Hearing this, Yang Fan suddenly thought of a problem. If Wana really gave birth to a son, then all of Wana's dowry would be left for her son. Xiao Man's son and Anu's son. Could his shops compare to 80,000 hectares of farmland? As a father, the pressure was as great as a mountain. Warner didn't know that by casually showing off her property, she had put such great pressure on her man. She hugged Yang Fan's arm and said coquettishly, "As soon as Zhang Changzong left, I was waiting for you to come. Why did you only come now? Is Zhang Changzong bothering you?" Yang Fan came back to his senses and replied, "He did not spend too much time at my place, but you have quite a number of people here. I saw in your letter that you even mentioned that there were internal guards accompanying you, so you were very careful. I had arrived a long time ago and had been hiding in the dark. I only dared to show myself after Xiao Miao left." Warner smiled and sighed. "It's hard on my good husband. A great general has to be a little thief that climbs over walls and burglaries." Yang Fan glared at her. Warner giggled and said, "Don't worry, the internal guards accompanying you are only Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing. You don't have to worry about those two. You just have to be careful not to encounter the other guards. As for the inner chambers, there are a total of 8 palace maids, with Xu Xiaomiao as their leader. You don't have to avoid them." Yang Fan was surprised. "You mean," Warner gently raised her round and cute chin and smiled sweetly. "I've been waiting for an imperial edict since I was 14. It's been 20 years now. If I still can't make a few confidants, won't I let you look down on me?" Yang Fan thought to himself, "This isn't just a matter of making a few confidants. Although the emperor relies on you and wants to protect you this time, the people he sent must be chosen by the emperor. In the end, the people he chose are almost all confidants that Warner can entrust her life to. Just how much power does she have in the palace?" Yang Fan had always felt that among his women, there was no need to mention Princess Taiping. She was the woman who was the coolest to Empress Wu Zetian. She was talented and wise. As for Xiao Man, not only was she skilled in martial arts, she was also good at managing money. Anu was a know-it-all. She was good at music, chess, calligraphy and painting, poetry, singing, dancing with knives and swords, cooking, and even the art of war. He really didn't know what she didn't know. Gu Zhuting was a Jianghu heroine. Once she entered Jianghu, she was a dragon among men. Only Warner, although she had the reputation of being able to weigh the world, Yang Fan had never been interested in poetry. Although she helped the emperor deal with government affairs, that kind of great ability to rule the world was too far from the life of a mortal. Yang Fan had never felt anything. In his impression, Warner had always been a graceful woman with a temperament like water and a personality like a chrysanthemum. But today, he realized that to be able to sit in such a high position for 20 years, how could she be easy to deal with? Among the few beauties around him, the only one with great ability was probably Warner. She controlled people well and handled matters well. How could she be the delicate and pitiful little girl in his heart? Yang Fan was sincerely convinced and said, "In the past, I really looked down on you. From now on, I can only worship you." Wanner winked at him and said in a sweet voice, "I have always let you bully me without complaint or regret. How could I have the ability to make you worship me? There is a Taoist saying that all living things reinforce and subdue each other. One thing must subdue another. I am the woman that you have subdued." Chapter 1008. It was a sunny day in May in Chang'an. It was a good day for an outing. A group of people escorted several carriages and quietly left Long Qingqi's island. They first turned to the house that Yang Fan had set up on the left side of the lake. Yang Fan had paid enough wages and hired enough workers, so the house was built quickly. A courtyard was on flat ground, with connected houses, rockeries, ponds, and pavilions. Everything was beginning to take shape. Judging from the scale, it must be a big house as big as a noble's. The Yang family was not short of money. As long as it was not over the limit, it could be as luxurious as possible. Yang Fan did not disturb the craftsmen who were in the middle of their work. The carriages stopped to the side. Wanner had already been instructed by Yang Fan to know which courtyard was prepared for her. So, after the carriages stopped and the bamboo curtain rolled up, her bright eyes turned and found the place. Wanner had never seen an elegant and beautiful courtyard, but this house meant a lot to her. It would be her home. Although she wasn't free right now and it would be difficult for her to spend a long time with her beloved, she was still filled with boundless joy as she looked at the elegant courtyard that was gradually taking shape. The carriages quickly left the construction site and continued south. The curtain was put down. Wanner leaned on the soft cushion and stroked her bulging belly. She imagined that she and Yang Fan would sit in the flower bushes and bamboo pavilions, and the cute child would run and jump on their knees. She was a little dazed for a moment. Wanner had been in Chang'an for more than a month. During this period, she had only met with a few eunuchs who stayed in the Chang, an imperial palace, and asked about the renovation of the palace. In fact, it was not her but Xu Xiaomiao who showed up. Xu Xiaomiao said that he had measles and wore a dew hat when he met with the eunuchs. Only those who were very familiar with Wanner could tell it was real. Nowadays, the imperial city and the palace were all under construction. The palaces in the palace needed to be repaired, the courtyards cleaned, and even the silt in the ponds cleaned. Chang'an was flattening the streets and cleaning up the city. Even the moat outside the city was being cleaned, so there were laborers and craftsmen everywhere. It had not rained in the past few days, so it was inevitable that dust was flying everywhere. Therefore, they did not roll up the curtain until the carriages and horses had left Chang'an. The place they were heading to was Fanchuan, which was once the territory of the famous Han Dynasty general Fan Kuai. Fanchuan, Xujiang, and Bashang were all located in the southern suburbs of Chang'an. The scenery there was extremely beautiful. Today's outing was Zhang Changzong's idea. After staying on the island for a month, Zhang Changzong started to feel bored. Although the island's scenery was beautiful, looking at it every day made him feel bored. In addition, he had already given all the gifts he needed, and there were not many visitors. Zhang Changzong decided to invite Yang Fan to travel with him. Wanner was about to give birth in a little more than a month. These days, Yang Fan accompanied her every day. They were very affectionate. At this time, how could he be in the mood to accompany Zhang Changzong? Zhang Changzong invited him again and again. When Wanner heard about it, she became interested and wanted to come with him. Although Wanner had a big belly, she was also a restless person. She could not do anything in the palace before, but now she had the opportunity to wander in the mountains and enjoy the wild, especially with Yang Fan accompanying her. Naturally, she wanted to go. Seeing that she was very interested, Yang Fan decided to go to Fanchuan. The carriage rumbled and suddenly, a dozen riders caught up from behind. The riders were dressed in bright clothes and riding fast horses. At first glance, one could tell that they were from a rich family. Yang Fan and his group were originally traveling in a light carriage. The bodyguards had all changed into casual clothes, and at Yang Fan's request, they deliberately kept a low profile. Their appearance was even weaker than that group of people. The group of rich servants who came later were accompanying a young master. This young master was Du Wentian from the Du family of Jingzhou. The Du family was a Guanlong aristocratic family. Since the Wei and Jin dynasties, they had always been famous, because the mansions of the Du family of Jingzhou and the Wei family of Jingzhou were both in Fanchuan, south of the city. There was a saying in Chang and Wei Du in the south of the city, go to Tian Chi Wu. Today, the Guanlong aristocratic family had completely declined, but a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. As one of the top aristocratic families in Guanlong, the Du family was still an extremely powerful family in Chang'an. Because of the Shanghai Wan'er, Yang Fan's carriages could not travel too fast. Therefore, when they heard the urgent sound of hooves behind them, Yang Fan's people consciously moved to the side of the road, wanting to let those people pass first. Du Wentian did indeed intend to pass the people in front of him, but when he got close, he couldn't help but slow down. With just one glance, he noticed the several women surrounding Wan Er's carriage. On the left and right were Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing. Behind them, on horses or donkeys, were a few palace maids dressed in green. All of them had delicate features and graceful figures. As a man, the first thing he noticed was the women in this group, especially the beautiful women. Even older men were the same, not to mention that this young Master Du was originally a young man, and he was most fond of women. When they heard the sound of hooves, Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing gently pulled on the reins and turned their heads to look. Both of them were dressed in tight clothes, with graceful figures and beautiful faces. Du Wentian was stunned when he saw them. His gaze swept over Lan Yiqing's face, and he only felt that this young girl was delicate and adorable, both happy and angry at the same time. Then he looked at Gao Ying, who was valiant and heroic, but also had an indescribable beauty. Even though he was used to seeing beautiful women, he couldn't help but secretly praise her. When he saw the clothes of these two beauties and their position, he knew that they were the attendants of the woman in the carriage. If the attendants and maids were already so beautiful, then what about the master of the carriage? If the master was ugly, he definitely wouldn't have chosen a group of beautiful maids to serve by his side. Du Wentian's curiosity was piqued by the maids who knew the master. He whipped the horse faster and caught up to the carriage. When he looked into the carriage, he saw that the curtain was actually lifted, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. When women from rich families went out, they would definitely wear a curtain to cover their faces, but inside the carriage, they didn't have to be so particular. At this time, the curtain of the carriage was rolled up, and Wan Er was also looking out curiously. Du Wentian saw what she looked like with one glance. With one glance, Du Wentian's heart shook. The beauty in the carriage looked to be about 20 years old. Her skin was as white as snow, and she had almond-shaped eyes and eyebrows. Her red lips were slightly parted, and her pearly white teeth were sparkling. Her delicate and alluring appearance was just like a ripe honey peach, and she had an astonishing charm. Du Wentian had seen many people, but he had never had such a breathtaking feeling. Even though Wan Er was pregnant, only her belly was slightly bigger. Her facial features were slightly fuller than before, and there wasn't much change. It was because of this that she was able to hide from Wu Zetian for so long. At this time, she was sitting in the carriage. Du Wentian couldn't see her figure, but he could see her face from the small window. Wan Er, who was originally beautiful, had become much more charming ever since she got pregnant. Especially after she put on a plum blossom makeup to hide the scar between her eyebrows, she had an even more astonishing charm. Du Wentian looked at her age and charm, and guessed that she was not a girl who was about to be married. Du Wentian relied on his family background and good looks to ruin the reputation of many good girls. Now that he saw the woman in the carriage was married, His interest didn't diminish. Such a beauty was originally hard to come by, and he was not willing to let it go so easily. He immediately slowed down the speed of the horse and stopped behind Yang Fan and the others. Xingjiao Temple was in front of them, and they could already see the magnificent temple complex. After Master Xuanzang passed away, he was first buried in Bailu Plain, Bashang. Later, he was buried here during the reign of Emperor Gaozong, and he built a spiritual pagoda and temple for this. Thus, Xingjiao Temple's position in the Buddhist world of Chang'an was established. Wan originally believed in Buddhism, and now that she was pregnant, she wanted to go to the Buddha to pray for her child. As soon as they saw Xingjiao Temple, Wan wanted to worship the Buddha, so she poked her head out and gave an order to Lan Yiqing, who was beside her. Lan Yiqing drove the horse forward, and reported Wan order to Yang Fan and Zhang Changzong. Zhang Changzong didn't agree, and Yang Fan didn't have any objections. He just wanted to accompany his woman, so he gave the order and the group slowed down. Du Wentian followed them all the way, and when he saw that they were going to Xingjiao Temple, he quickly dismounted in front of Xingjiao Temple and pretended to go to the temple to worship the Buddha. He quietly called over a trusted servant and gave a few orders. That trusted servant often helped Du Wentian with his affairs. He immediately led the horse to the tree, and while tying the reins, he casually talked to one of Yang Fan's guards. "Is your master also going to Xingjiao Temple to pray? How should I address your master?" The guard answered, "My master's surname is Yang." The servant sent by Du Wentian was secretly shocked and thought, could it be someone from the Yang family of Hongnong? This time, I'm afraid young master won't have any ideas about their women. The Hongnong Yang family's legacy was even longer than the Du family's. Starting from the Western Han dynasty's Prime Minister Yang Changxing, then his great-great-grandson Yang Zhen became a military officer and was known as the Confucius of Guanxi. Yang Zhen's son Yang Bing, grandson Yang Ci, and great-grandson Sun Biao were the 4 generations, 3 dukes. The Yang family's name was known throughout Guangzhou. The descendants of Yang Zhen's son, Yang Feng, were also high-ranking officials. From the 3 Yangs of Western Jin to the Yang brothers of Northern Wei, they were all famous. The royal family of the Sui dynasty, the Duke of Yu, Yang Su, and his son, Xian Gan, all the way to the loyal Yang family. This kind of old aristocratic family had a very strong foundation. Although Du Wentian was lustful, if the other party was from the Yang family of Hongnong, he would have to restrain his lust. This person was unscrupulous in front of those he could subdue, but he never provoked those with a strong background. Therefore, although he had a bad reputation, the elders of the Du family knew nothing about him. The noble servant's mind was racing, but his face showed a happy smile. He said, "Is your master a descendant of the Yang family of Hongnong? Haha, then he is not an outsider. My family and the Yang family of Hongnong are friends. Which branch of the Yang family does your master belong to?" Yang Fan's bodyguard tied up the horse and lightly replied, "My master has nothing to do with the Yang family of Hongnong." He then turned and left, not wanting to talk to him any longer. Wan got off the carriage and walked into Xingjiao Temple with the help of Xu Xiaomiao. Du Wentian also pretended to go to the temple to offer incense and caught up. When he saw that the unforgettable beauty was pregnant, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. But in the blink of an eye, he saw Xu Xiaomiao who was supporting Wan. Xu Xiaomiao was a mixed blood. She was very beautiful and had a unique charm. When Du Wentian saw her, he couldn't help but covet her. At this time, the servant had already rushed in front of him. Du Wentian asked in a low voice, "Who are they?" The servant answered, "They said their surname is Yang." Du Wentian frowned and said, "The Yang family of Hongnong?" The servant smiled and said, "No, I have already asked clearly. They have nothing to do with the Yang family of Hongnong." Du Wentian thought about it carefully. This group of people had a master, a servant, and a pregnant woman, so they must be from Chang'an. But in his impression, except for the Yang family of Hongnong, there did not seem to be any powerful family in Chang'an with the surname Yang. His desire for lust rose again. His lustful eyes glanced at the graceful figure of Xu Xiaomiao, and then looked at the strong and graceful figures of Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing. He thought to himself, let's have a taste of these little beauties first. As for the beautiful woman, it won't be too late to seduce her in the future. Thinking of this, he smiled and ordered, follow them. In front of Zhang Changzong, Yang Fan couldn't be too close to Wan Er, so he walked shoulder to shoulder with Zhang Changzong. Wan Er had someone to take care of her, so she didn't have to look back all the time. He didn't know that during this outing, he would be targeted by an ignorant and lecherous person, which caused such a big trouble. Chapter 1009. The Xingjiao Temple was very popular. At first, the reception monk did not notice Yang Fan and his group. But when Shanghai Wan'er donated a large amount of money, and Yang Fan and Zhang Changzong also added a stroke to the merit book, the glowing and solemn reception monk immediately greeted them with a smile. After some small talk, Wan'er used her mother's surname and called herself Zheng Wan'er. She came here with her husband to pray for Buddha to protect the child in her belly. So Yang Fan became her husband. Yang Fan was now a big shot in Chang'an, so he changed his name. Wan Er changed her surname, and he changed his name. In front of the reception monk, Yang Fan became Yang Qiao. The two of them said this in front of Zhang Changzong, but Zhang Changzong did not know that their pretense was actually the truth. He secretly praised the two of them for covering it up so naturally. The reception monk was very enthusiastic and good at talking. Buddhism also needed to attract more repeat customers, so that the incense would be more prosperous. The reception monk politely offered to accompany the guests to tour the temple, and also asked the abbot to bless the female donor. Wan Er was a Buddhist, and Yang Fan also wanted good luck, so he naturally agreed. Du Wentian pretended to burn incense and worship Buddha, and at the same time, he asked someone to approach Yang Fan and his group and eavesdrop on their conversation with the reception monk. He learned that the person's surname was Yang Qiao, and his wife's name was Zheng Wan'er. He had never heard of such a person, so he naturally became more courageous. The Xingjiao Temple was composed of 3 parts: the hall, the sutra tower, and the pagoda courtyard. Although Yang Fan and Wan Er donated a large amount of money, they could not go deep into the hinterland, so they mainly toured around the hall area. After leaving the Grand Hall, they first went to see the 18 Arhats Hall, and then to see the Diamond Sutra carved on the wall. Wan Er was very interested in it, and she also listened to the reception monk's explanation with great interest. Although the reception monk was a bit unscrupulous, he had a deep understanding of the sutra, and they got along very well. Although Yang Fan found it boring, as long as he accompanied Wan Er, he was not impatient. Zhang Changzong impatiently followed the receptionist monk, blindly listening to his explanation of some Buddhist scripture. He called out to Yang Fan, took a few imperial bodyguards, and called a young acolyte to lead them on a leisurely stroll. The reception monk accompanied Yang Fan and Wan Er as they walked around the front of the temple. When they arrived at the east room behind the main hall, he stopped and said to Yang Fan, "The abbot's place is not good. Please go to him. Please wait here for a moment. I will go and invite the abbot." "Master." Yang Fan nodded to thank him, and was about to go with Wan Er to the room. Yang Fan smiled. There were many pines and bamboos in the yard. It was quiet and pleasant. In the middle of the pines and bamboos, there was a wall with 1,000 Buddha statues carved on it. Wan Er was very interested, so she let Yang Fan go into the hall first. If a man was not in the mood to wander around, not only would he feel bored, but his body would also be exhausted. This had nothing to do with the strength of his legs. Yang Fan had no interest in Buddhism, and his feet were already hurting. At this moment, He was not as energetic as the big-bellied Wan Er. He saw that the courtyard was quiet, and Wan Er had Gao Ying, Lan Yiqing, and the others with her. He was not worried about accidents, so he went to sit in the hall. Du Wentian had been quietly following behind Wan Er. Seeing that the master and the mistress had separated, he immediately came over. Yang Fan only sat in the hall for a while, and then he heard a quarrel coming from the courtyard. The woman's voice seemed to be a sapling. Yang Fan frowned and immediately walked out. When he walked out of the door of the hall, he happened to see Zhang Changzong's fair and clean face red with anger. Zhang Changzong pointed at a young man in a scholar's robe in front of him and screamed like a fighting cock, "Beat him to death!" A few guards beside Zhang Changzong rushed forward. The young master in the scholar's robe was Du Wentian. He had his own slaves who were also proficient in martial arts, but they were no match for the imperial guards. In a short while, they were all knocked down by the imperial guards. Zhang Changzong also personally stepped forward and kicked young Master Du, who was beaten to the point where he could not fight back. When Zhang Changzong gave the order, Yang Fan happened to appear at the entrance of the hall. Seeing the situation, he did not stop it in time. Wan Er was beside him, and since she did not stop it, there must be something hidden. Moreover, these palace guards were Zhang Changzong's people. Even if he wanted to stop them, they would not listen to him. Yang Fan saw Wan Er standing at the side, frowning slightly. Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing's faces were full of anger. He walked over and asked Wan Er, "What is it?" Wan Er said unhappily, "This lecher took advantage of Xiao Miao." Xiao Miao's pretty face was red as she stood at the side. Her little chest was puffed up, but it made her look even stronger. This Du Wentian did not only use such despicable methods to seduce women. With his family's talent and handsome appearance, he naturally had his ways to seduce women. But today, Yang Fan and his party were obviously accompanied by a male master. It was impossible to get close to the women. From the way Yang Fan and his party acted, although they were not from a noble family, they were definitely from a wealthy family. This kind of family would not be easy to get. Instead of getting close to them, it was better to get close to them. If they felt pain, they would obediently offer up their women to avoid disaster. Therefore, Du Wentian's method was to get beaten up. If the young master of the Du family was beaten up because of a small conflict, he would have enough reason to use the Du family's power and connections to pressure the other party. At that time, beautiful and cute girls like Xiao Miao, Gao Ying, and Lan Yiqing would be at his fingertip. Unless their family background was similar, who would offend him for a few pretty maids? In addition, this was also a test. The information his subordinates had gathered was not very detailed. This could also be used to find out more about the other party. Although he was already 90% sure that this group of people were not from a powerful family, if his judgment was wrong, with his family background, he would only be casually taking advantage of a maid. As long as he revealed his identity, both parties would just laugh it off. Having made up his mind, Du Wentian took advantage of the moment when Xiao Miao walked past him to relieve herself and pinch the girl's perky buttocks. Who would have thought that what awaited him was not a slap from the girl, but a violent beating? He was beaten so badly that he did not even have the time to reveal his identity. At this time, Zhang Changzong's interest in traveling had run out, so he let the young monk lead him back. Coincidentally, this scene was seen by Zhang Changzong. What was Zhang Changzong's temper? He thought that he was the one who proposed this trip, and he was the one with the highest status in the group. Now that Tree Sapling was humiliated, it meant that the person he brought was bullied. Wasn't this a slap to Zhang Changzong's face? Hu and Chong dared to touch his whiskers. Zhang Changzong was furious and immediately attacked. Although Wan Er thought that Du Wentian was elegant and gentle, there were too many people with a golden appearance. Xiao Miao had no reason to slander him. But now that Zhang Changzong had come forward to teach him a lesson, she naturally did not have to say anything. Yang Fan asked about the situation and also felt extremely disgusted with the young master Du, but when he saw that Zhang Changzong and his group were extremely ruthless and had beaten Du Wentian and his slaves badly, he stepped forward to stop Zhang Changzong and said, "Lu Lang, please calm down. You don't have to dirty your hands and feet with such a vile person." Zhang Changzong gave Du Wentian a heavy kick in the face before he stopped. Those slaves hurriedly climbed up in pain, picked up their young master and ran away. They had always acted according to Du Wentian's eyes. Today, they did not know why the young master did not reveal his identity. They thought that the young master had other plans, so they did not dare to say anything. But they did not know that Du Wentian had long wanted to reveal his identity. But as soon as he made his move, he was punched in the nose. He almost fainted from the pain and could not speak at all. The slaves of the Du family dragged Du Wentian away. Zhang Changzong was still angry and said, "If it was not for Erling's words, I would have cut off his cheap hand and tongue today." Yang Fan laughed and said to Xu Xiaomiao, "Who asked you to be so beautiful that even I want to talk to you? No wonder that libertine was lustful. Now that Lu Lang has helped you vent your anger, quickly come forward and thank him." Xu Xiaomiao felt a little shy after being praised by him. This little girl had fallen in love with Yang Fan when he was still a bald little monk. Even though she now knew that he was Shanghai Wan Er's lover and it was impossible for her family to be with him, she was still happy to receive his praise. Xu Xiaomiao slowly came forward and bowed to Zhang Changzong to thank him. Zhang Changzong felt that he had gained face, so he laughed and let it go. Yang Fan did not take today's matter to heart. After all, it was the young master who was in the wrong first. So what if he was beaten? It was good to teach this lecher a lesson. Not long after, the abbot of Xingjiao Temple came and gave Wan Er a blessing. Then they left Xingjiao Temple to continue sightseeing. Du Wentian was carried by his slaves and hurriedly escaped from Xingjiao Temple. They only stopped when they reached a forest. They wiped the blood stains and bandaged his wounds. Du Wentian spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. He felt that his 2 front teeth were loose. He touched his nose and immediately screamed. The bridge of his nose was swollen to a frightening degree. Zhang Changzong's kick had not held back at all. Du Wentian did not dare to go home in this state. He spat out another mouthful of blood. He bared his teeth and said with hatred, "Take me to the city to heal my wounds. Chernjia, you follow them. You must find out who they are and where they live. If I don't take revenge, I am not a man." Yang Fan and the others left Xingjiao Temple. After walking for another 10 miles, they saw a silver river flowing around the forest. The forest was green. Further ahead was a gentle hillside. In front of the sparse forest was a rather flat meadow. The green grass was like an exquisite carpet. The sun shone through the branches and leaves on the open grassland in the forest. The light and shadow were mottled, and there was a kind of tranquil and peaceful atmosphere. Zhang Changzong was a hot-tempered person, but his temper came and went quickly. He had already forgotten what happened in Xingjiao Temple. Seeing the beautiful scenery in the forest, he excitedly said, "Let's rest here." Yang Fan and Wan Er also liked this quiet and wild place. The two of them nodded and the guards and maids started to get busy. They set up tents in the forest and spread out felt mats on the grass. Some people set up stoves to make a fire, some people fetched water to cook, and some people gathered materials from the ground to pick up some mountain food and wild fruit. They also brought a few jars of good wine. They had a picnic and a feast. But what kind of status did these 3 have? Yang Fan was a bit better. He didn't want to be a burden when he traveled and wanted to be free and unfettered. Wan Er grew up in the palace, and Zhang Changzong came from a noble family. Both of them were people who never got tired of eating fine food. When they traveled, it had become a habit for them. Therefore, they were extremely extravagant and large. Naturally, they couldn't hide from Du Wentian's spies. Du Jingting, the master of the Du residence in the south of the city, was reading a letter. The letter said that Prince Gaoyang Wu Chongshuan, Princess Annal and her husband, and the 5 princes of Prince Xiang Li Dan's family would come to Chang'an. Du Jingting was immediately tempted. The Guanlong family had benefited greatly from the coup in Chang'an, but they were not satisfied. How could they be satisfied with just seizing the Shandong aristocrats' benefits in Guangzhou? They not only wanted to suppress the Shandong aristocrats, but they also wanted to restore the Guanlong family's former glory. There was no limit to their desire. The Empress's return to Chang'an was a crisis, but it was also an opportunity. Everyone knew that the Empress wouldn't be around for long, and they also knew what it meant for the Empress to move the capital to Chang'an. For the past 10 years, under the Empress's despotic power, the Guanlong family was like 1,000 trees in the dead of winter, lifeless. Now that the winter was about to pass, their long-dormant ambitions were stirring. I need to establish contact with the Wu and Li families to deal with the changes in the future. Du Jingting immediately made a decision. In his eyes, Zhang Changzong didn't have much value. A family with thousands of years of history wouldn't care about this kind of meteor-like politician, but one of the Wu and Li families would definitely become the ruler of the world, so it was necessary to make friends. Du Jingting thought to himself, I should let Tian go greet them. They are about the same age, so it's easy to establish a relationship. If there are any changes in the situation, as a father, it'll be easier for me to save the situation. The plan was decided. Du Jingting raised his head and asked, Where's Wentian? The housekeeper bowed and said, Lang Jun went to Xingjiao Temple. Du Jingting frowned and ordered, Go find him quickly. I have something important to tell you. Chapter 1010. Chen Jia was a servant of the Du family and was loyal to the Du family. He was about the same age as Du Wentian and had been Du Wentian's companion since childhood. Therefore, he was deeply trusted by Du Wentian. After watching the other servants escorting the young master to Chang'an City, Chen Jia went to look for traces of Yang Fan and the others. The 5th month of the year was already past the best time to go for an outing. Although there were many tourists on the Fan River, most of them were in groups of 3 to 5. There weren't many families like Yang Fan's group. This Chen Jia was quite persistent. As he searched, he asked around. Finally, he found Yang Fan's group. Chen Jia was very clever. He watched from afar and did not approach them. Occasionally, he would see 2 or 3 tourists wandering around and he would go over to talk to them. From afar, it was even harder to tell that he was following them. In the evening, Zhang Changzong, Yang Fan and the others returned after they had enjoyed themselves. Chen Jia carefully followed behind them. When they entered Chang'an City, it would be easier for him to follow them. Chang'an City was under construction everywhere. Craftsmen and laborers were all over the city. It was inconvenient for pedestrians to go in and out, and the streets were crowded. No one could find Chen Jia hiding among them. Chen Jia followed Yang Fan's team all the way to Longqing Square. He did not feel anything until Yang Fan and the others' carriages arrived at the Longqing Pond and drove along the only road to the island in the middle of the lake. Chen Jia was stunned. As a local of Chang'an and often traveled with the young master, he certainly knew where the island in the middle of the lake was. He also knew who was living there. Chen Jia did not dare to act rashly. He only watched from afar until Yang Fan and the others' carriages all landed on the island in the middle of the lake. Chen Jia then turned around and slipped away. Du Wentian moved into the mansion of the Du family in Chang'an and invited a famous doctor who was good at treating bruises and injuries to treat him. He was gnashing his teeth and cursing Yang Fan and the others when Chen Jia hurried back. Du Wentian's eyes lit up. He immediately jumped up and asked, Did you find out their identities and residences? Chen Jia wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing this, Du Wentian immediately waved his hand to dismiss all the maids in the hall. Chen Jia then moved in front of him and whispered, Lang Jun, I'm afraid we've kicked an iron plate this time. We really can't afford to provoke those people. Hearing his words, Du Wentian calmed down a little. There were many hidden talents in Chang'an. Even if the Du family was in its heyday, and was known as the heaven-quenching ruler, it could not cover the sky with one hand, not to mention now. Did that group of people really have a great background? Du Wentian hurriedly said, "Cut the crap and tell us where they came from." Chen Jia told him in detail how he followed Yang Fan and the others. Du Wentian could not help but be stunned. Chen Jia whispered, "Lang Jun, the family's master is surnamed Yang. The young man who ordered people to beat you is even more beautiful than a woman." Du Wentian slowly took a breath and only felt that his loose teeth were a little sore. He said, "Yang Fan surnamed Yang? The beautiful young man is Lulang Zhang Changzong?" Chen Jia lost his voice and said, "Yes. When the man surnamed Yang went to stop the beautiful young man, he called him Lulang." In this era, friends who were familiar with each other often called each other by their seniority. When Du Wentian attended a gathering of friends, there were always 5 or 6 Dalong and Erlang, but Lulang and Qilong were not rare. Therefore, when he heard Yang Fan call Zhang Changzong Lulang, he did not think much about it. However, although there were many Lulang in Chang'an, there was only one living on the island in the middle of the lake in Longqing Square. For a moment, Du Wentian was dumbfounded. Chen Jia looked at the young master sympathetically and knew that he could not get back at him. Chen Jia comforted him in a low voice, "Fortunately, they do not know who we are. It was just a—" He looked at Du Wentian's nose, which looked like a clown with plaster. He did not say, "a small conflict," so he changed the topic and said, "Lang Jun, let's just forget about it." What else could he do if he did not forget it? In Du Wentian's view, if that General Zhongwu really wanted to deal with him, it might not be impossible. But if it was Zhang Changzong, he really had no chance. Yang Fan had kept a very low profile in Chang'an this time. Although the turmoil in Chang'an was planned and led by him, not many people knew the inside story. Many people only knew his name because of the assassination attempt. Everyone knew that it was because this unlucky guy had taken the blame for someone else and almost lost his life with an arrow. This had infuriated the imperial court and caused a great purge in Chang'an. Because of this, Hu Qianxian of the censor and Chen Xianlang of the Ministry of Justice, who had been saved by him, regarded him as a friend and often visited him. As for Yang Fan's identity as the head of the Xian clan of the Succession Hall, most of the descendants of the aristocratic families in Shandong knew about it. But only important figures like the clan leader and the leader of the Guanlong family knew about it. These people all kept this secret to themselves and kept their mouths shut. It was the same for Du Jingting. His son Du Wentian naturally did not know the details. Du Wentian dejectedly sat back in his chair and waved his hand weakly. Chen Jia understood and was about to bow and leave when Du Wentian suddenly stood up in shock. This sudden movement affected his wound and caused another wave of pain. Du Wentian hurriedly held his nose and said in a low voice, "If that person surnamed Yang is Yang Fan and that beautiful youth is Zhang Changzong, then who is that beautiful pregnant woman Jing Weiner?" The master and servant looked at each other, their eyes gradually revealing a look of inconsolable shock. Chen Jia stammered, "Lang Jun, it can't be?" Du Wentian grinned hideously. "Then, who could she be?" Du Wentian hurriedly paced in the room. Chen Jia chased after his figure and stammered, "Then what does Lang Jun plan to do?" Du Wentian suddenly stopped and sneered, "Don't let me know the truth. Otherwise, I will make you suffer." Chen Jia hurriedly moved in front of him and whispered, "Lang Jun, that Zhang Changzong is the most favored person in front of the emperor. We can't afford to provoke him." Du Wentian coldly glanced at her and said darkly, "Who said that if I want to take revenge, I have to go into battle? Not even the emperor can control the mouths of the common people." The next morning, in Wan Er's boudoir, a ray of sunlight shone in, filling the room with a soft light. Wan Er leaned against a pillow on a low-legged embroidered couch. Holding Yang Fan's hand, she gently drank goat's milk. After drinking a bowl of goat's milk, Yang Fan put the bowl back on the gold-embroidered table and picked up a wet handkerchief from the table to wipe the corner of her mouth. Wan'er said, Prince Gaoyang, his wife, and the Prince of Xiang's fifth son are coming to Chang'an today. When the sage moves the capital to Chang'an, there will be no less than 300,000 people accompanying him. If such a large number of people were to move all at once, the prefectures along the way will certainly not be able to handle it. After moving into Chang'an, there will certainly be chaos for a while. It seems that the sage intends to move in batches. Next, the imperial family will move one after another. Yang Fan shook his head and said, I think that this is only one of the reasons. The emperor is currently paying great attention to balancing the power and influence of the Wu and Li families. Unfortunately, she has overlooked the rise of Second Zhang. Wan'er's black brows slightly furrowed. She quietly said, The emperor's love for Second Zhang has blinded her eyes. Second Zhang's great power is indeed not appropriate. In reality, Second Zhang should not be so passionate about power. Their power is a rootless tree. Forcibly seizing it will only bring disaster to them. Yang Fan smiled faintly and said, But how many people in the situation can see clearly? If you advise Second Zhang to only seek wealth and not to be tainted by power, they will only think that you are trying to harm him. Wan'er sweetly said, I naturally won't be such a meddlesome person. I am just expressing my feelings. After a pause, Wan'er said, Do you know that the sage actually wanted Prince Tang Changwang and Prince Yixing to come to Chang'an? Hearing this, Yang Fan's curiosity was immediately piqued. Prince Tang Changwang and Prince Yixing were both the sons of the current crown prince, Li Xian. Prince Tang Changwang was Li Zhongfu, and Prince Yixing was Li Zhongjuan. Li Xian had 4 sons. The eldest, Li Zhongruan, had been beaten to death by Wu Zetian for insulting Zhang Changzong. The youngest of the remaining 3, Li Zhongmao, was still a child. Only Li Zhongfu and Li Zhongjuan had grown up. Yang Fan also felt that having the crown prince's sons move to Chang'an first was a positive political signal to the world. Their statuses were more important than the Prince of Xiang's sons in politics. However, the Empress had sent the 5 sons of Li Dan, the Prince of Xiang. Now that Wan'er mentioned it, he understood that there must be a reason. Wan'er said, Enlu heard that the sage wanted to send her husband to Chang'an, so she begged Wu Chongshuan to bring her along. Wu Chongshuan had always doted on and feared Enlu. He did not dare to disobey and naturally agreed. The sage was very unhappy when she heard this, so she sent the Prince of Xiang's son instead. Enlu was the crown prince's daughter. Wu Zetian had originally wanted to send Wu Sanxi's son and the crown prince's son to Chang'an as representatives of the royal family. But once Princess Enlu came along as the crown prince's daughter, she broke the balance. So the Empress sent the Prince of Xiang's son instead. Yang Fan frowned and said, Didn't she just give birth? Wan'er smiled bitterly and said, So what? Enlu gave birth less than half a month ago, and then she called her friends out of the city to play. This Enlu has always been willful and unruly, but Wu Chongshuan just happened to listen to her and listen to her. Who could do anything to her? Yang Fan thought to himself, She's not just willful and unruly. She's clearly short-sighted and doesn't care about the big picture. What a stupid woman. She was born with such a good body for nothing. Yang Fan could imagine that Li Guo'er's actions were just because she was willful and unrestrained, or perhaps she still had some vanity to show off. After all, in Luoyang, her status as a princess was nothing, and there were many people with higher status than her. But in Chang'an, before the Son of Heaven and the other powerful ministers and relatives arrived, her status would be the most respected. But once she made this request, Wu Chongshuan would naturally not dare to disobey, and Wu Sanxi would certainly be happy to see it happen. Once the ship was already on the ship, her parents could only mourn behind her back. They had always been cautious around the Empress, and did not have the courage to persuade their daughter to change her mind. If they did, their intentions would be too obvious. Not many people knew about this family affair. Wan who was in the Emperor's presence, knew everything, but how could outsiders know? The officials outside could only speculate that the Emperor planned to have the Prince of Liang, Wu Sanxi, and the Prince of Xiang, Li Dan, control the military and government respectively, and then have the Crown Prince, Li Xian, control the monarch, forming a tripartite balance of power. In this way, the officials who were loyal to Li Tang would most likely submit to the Prince of Xiang, who understood the difference between real power and false reputation better than them. This was originally an excellent opportunity for the Crown Prince's faction to make a name for itself, but it had unexpectedly helped the Prince of Xiang. Li Xian having such a stupid daughter was truly a misfortune for his clan. Wan saw him tilt his head in thought and asked with a smile, "What are you thinking about?" Yang Fan came to his senses and sighed. "Wan if we have a daughter, we have to teach her well. If we have a daughter who wastes the family's fortune, she'll really anger father and mother to death." Wan giggled and rolled her eyes at him. "You're so annoying. How can you compare my child to Anil? If I have a daughter, she'll definitely be an obedient and adorable little lady." Yang Fan laughed and brought over a plate painted with gold and silver. On the plate were cherries that had been washed by spring water, bright and glistening. Yang Fan picked up a ripe cherry that was so red that it was almost black and offered it to her. Wan opened her plump red lips and sucked the cherry into her mouth. Her nimble tongue even took the opportunity to lick the tip of his finger, overflowing with charm. Yang Fan was captivated by her gaze, and then he saw that her lips were wet with cherry juice. They were moist and glistening, extremely alluring. He couldn't help but feel his heartstrings sway. He couldn't help but bend down and kiss those tender and alluring red lips. Pressing his teeth against her, he hooked out her little tongue and began a lingering kiss. An uncontrollable moan came from the bottom of Wan-er's throat. Wan-er was also aroused by his kiss. She couldn't help but wrap her arms around his neck. Although Yang Fan had recently stopped taking supplements, his desire was still aroused. Wan-er and Yang Fan had been husband and wife for a long time. Whatever Yang Fan could feel, she could naturally feel. Wan-er quickly retracted her body and giggled. "Lang Jun, you're up to no good again. I don't dare to serve you now." Yang Fan glanced at her belly with hidden bitterness and said, "I know. In this big world, this little guy is the biggest." Wan-er giggled and made a mischievous face at him. She said, "Well, you have to be jealous of your own child." She bit her lip and suddenly said, "Lang Jun, you've been in Chang'an for almost a year. Have you never touched a woman's body?" Yang Fan was startled. Suddenly he cried out in grief, "Isn't that so? If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. I have 3 beautiful wives in vain. Now I've been a monk for almost a year. This is really a great injustice." Wan-er softly snorted and glanced at him. She said, "What about Miss Gu? She's like a delicate flower by your side. Haven't you plucked her?" Yang Fan did not hide Gu Zhuting's matter from Wan-er. He had already told her about Gu Zhuting's existence. Yang Fan had planned to wait for Gu Zhuting to finish her work on Ba before bringing her to meet Wan-er. They were going to be sisters, so there was no need to hide it. Yang Fan dejectedly said, "I really haven't." Although Wan-er knew that he was pretending to be pitiful, she still couldn't bear to see her Lang Jun like that. Her pair of charming eyes glanced at Yang Fan. She shyly lowered her head and said softly, "Lang Jun, go and take a bath." Yang Fan was stunned. He raised his arm and sniffed. He said blankly, "I just took a bath after practicing martial arts this morning. I didn't even sweat. Why would I take a bath in the middle of the day?" Wan-er blushed and turned her head. "If you don't want it, then forget it." Yang Fan suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly said, "I want it, I want it. Of course I want it." He jumped up and ran. Wan gently bit her plump and sexy red lips with her teeth. Listening to Yang Fan's movements, her pretty face gradually became flushed and a touch of charm appeared. Chapter 10-11. In a pavilion 10 li away from Chang'an, many people were waiting for Royal Prince Gaoyang's carriage. Although the 5 sons of the Prince of Xiang had left the capital at the same time as Wu Chongxuan, they had deliberately delayed their journey and arrived at Chang, and at the same time as Wu Chongxuan and his wife. This saved the Chang'an officials a lot of trouble. Today, only Lu Qiaotian and the county magistrates of Chang'an and Wanyan counties had come to greet Wu Chongxuan and his wife. After all, this was a relative of the emperor and not a court official, so the local officials could not make a big fuss. The others were mainly relatives of the emperor and noble families. Many dukes and marquises, who rarely went out and rarely saw each other, all showed up today and chatted with each other. Thus, the waiting process was not lonely. Duguyu was also in the welcoming crowd. This time, the Guanlong family had taken advantage of the Shandong gentry's weakened strength to plunder a lot of benefit. Duguyu had played a big part in this, so his status in the Guanlong family was now much higher than before. The number of people who greeted him had also increased. In the forest to the side, Du Wentian looked down at the pavilion and said to Chen Jia, "Are you ready? Don't make any mistakes." Chen Jia nodded and bowed. "Don't worry, Lang Jun. I won't make any mistakes." Du Wentian nodded and reached out to remove the plaster on his nose. The plaster was very sticky, and when it was removed, Du Wentian grimaced in pain. Chen Jia circled around him, wanting to help but not daring. Du Wentian clenched his teeth and suddenly tore off the plaster, tears streaming down his face from the pain. In the distance, a row of carriages appeared with fluttering banners and drums. There was a commotion in the pavilion as the nobles tidied up their clothes and went forward to greet them. They did not line up neatly like the officials greeting their superiors. When officials greeted imperial envoys, they only needed to line up according to their rank. Those of the same rank could also be lined up according to their status and seniority, so the line was very orderly. However, these nobles and aristocrats all had similar statuses, so it was inevitable for them to exchange pleasantries. "Duke Zhang, please, Li Wang, please, I wouldn't dare, thank you for letting me." Royal Prince Gaoyang, Wu Chongxuan, and Princess Annal, Li Guo'er's carriage could already see clearly. Half a li away, Chen Jia was hiding in a thicket of wormwood that was half the height of a person. She stared at the guard of honor who was slowly walking over. When she saw that the guard of honor had arrived, Chen Jia tightened her grip on the horsewhip and struck the horses but with all her might. The horse let out a miserable neigh as it dragged a cart full of firewood and galloped away. This Chen Jia was really ruthless. That horsewhip ruthlessly stabbed into the horse's buttocks. Although that horse was an old horse that could not run very fast, suddenly having its buttocks pierced was really unbearable pain. This dash was really as fast as an arrow. There was a small path from the forest to the official road in front of them. The path was very straight, so although the horse was startled, it ran along the small path out of habit. At the intersection of the small path and the official road, Wu Chongxuan's guard of honor had just arrived. The nobles and officials were still trying to be modest when they suddenly heard someone cry out, "The horse is startled, the horse is startled." Everyone looked over in surprise and saw a horse pulling a cart full of firewood toward the official road, crashing into Prince Gaoyang and Princess Annal's guard of honor. A coarse-clothed coachman chased a few steps with his horsewhip. He discovered that the people on the road were very ostentatious and didn't seem to be easy to deal with. He immediately abandoned the horse and cart and turned around to flee into the forest. At this time, they finally reacted and all cried out, "Quickly stop the startled horse, don't disturb the prince and princess carriage." Although they said this, who could react in time? At this time, there was a shout from the side and a fast horse whizzed through the grass on the side of the road, quickly intercepting the startled horse. Because they were about to reach Shirley Pavilion, the curtain of the carriage had already been lifted. Princess Anil, who was sitting in the carriage, also saw the startled horse and the rider who was rushing forward without any regard for his own safety. This rider was very decisive. When he saw that the startled horse pulling the cart full of firewood was unstoppable, he immediately pulled out a snow-white sword. Liguor's pretty eyes narrowed slightly as she saw the rider rush in front of the startled horse. The sword in his hand swung down and a streak of blood shot up into the sky. This sword was extremely sharp and unexpectedly cut the horse's neck in half. Although the horse's head was cut off, its momentum didn't decrease. The horse's body collided with the precious horse under the rider's legs. The precious horse was knocked back a few steps and fell to the ground with a loud crash. The rider on the horse rolled a few steps, and when he got up, his face was covered in blood. It was unknown whether it was horse blood or his head was injured. If Yang Fan was here and saw this scene, he would give him a thumbs up and praise. Great minds think alike. The person who stopped the startled horse was Du Wentian. This move of his was similar to the one Yang Fan had used on Vermilion Bird Avenue. However, Yang Fan had been injured by an arrow and wouldn't be able to recover in a few months. He had to find a way to justify his injury, and Du Wentian's move was to cover up his embarrassment of being injured so that he wouldn't be ridiculed by others. Yesterday evening, the second steward of the Du residence hurried to Chang'an to see Du Wentian. Du Wentian didn't avoid meeting him. He and Du Jingting were father and son and were destined to be the head of the Du residence in the future. If he told the steward to shut up, how could the steward dare to meddle? The steward conveyed Du Jingting's order for him to come out and welcome Royal Prince Gaoyang. Du Wentian couldn't help but worry. He didn't dare to disobey his father's orders, but how could he face others in this state? No matter how he thought about it, Chen Jiao was smart enough to help him think of such a solution. Although Du Wentian wasn't good at fighting, his horsemanship was excellent and he also had a sword that could cut through iron like mud. He was able to play the role of a righteous man who stopped a startled horse. Du Wentian's face was covered in blood as he was supported in front of Wu Chongshuan and Li Guo. Wu Chongshuan couldn't help but go forward to comfort him and express his gratitude. Li Guo also got off the carriage and said with a smile, "What is this Longjuan's name?" Du Wentian was covering his nose with a handkerchief and mumbling in response to Wu Chongshuan when he suddenly heard a sweet voice. He looked over and was immediately stunned. In fact, it wasn't just him. When Li Guo walked out of the carriage, not only were many young people dazed, but many middle-aged men were also stunned. She wore a jade-green gown and her figure was graceful. Her breasts were soft and her waist was thin, and her curves were graceful. Her skin was as white as snow and as smooth as jade. When the sun shone on her, it was as if she was emitting a soft and bright halo. She was so beautiful that she didn't look like a mortal woman, but more like a fairy who had descended to the world. Even the history books, which had always been concise in language, rarely described her appearance, and would not add any comments. When mentioning Princess Anlu, there was a special note. Her beauty moves the world. One could imagine her unparalleled beauty. Now that she had appeared, she had stunned the entire audience. There were more than 1 or 2 people staring at her without blinking. The Princess Anil of today was no longer the Li Guo who had been buried in the mountains for 16 years. She knew how beautiful she was. Seeing Du Wentian's dazed look, she smiled arrogantly and said in a gentle voice, "I still haven't asked the name of this Langjun who helped me." "Ah. Du Wentian from Fan Chuan greets your highness." Du Wentian came back to his senses and quickly bowed. Princess Anil's eyes turned and she said sweetly, "So you are a disciple of the Du family from Fan Chuan. Thank you for your help, young Master Du." Du Wentian repeatedly said that he didn't dare to. He lowered his eyes and looked at Princess Anil's dress. He didn't dare to raise his head again, afraid that he would be shocked by Princess Anil's unparalleled beauty and embarrass himself. However, he didn't know if it was just a psychological effect, but he felt that she was beautiful just by looking at her dress and the slightly exposed embroidered shoes. When the Chang'an officials brought Wu Chongshuan and his wife into Chang'an, Abdullah brought his little attendant Abbas to the island in the middle of the lake to pay his respects to Yang Fan. Abdullah came to bid farewell to Yang Fan. He was Shen Mu's subordinate, but his identity as an Arab merchant was not fake. Arab merchants were the agents of a merchant, and they were entrusted by the merchant to travel thousands of miles to foreign lands to do business. These merchants were usually wealthy merchants who could rival a country and were respectfully called Tudeji. Abdullah had a Tudeji in Dashi and another in the Tang dynasty. The Tudeji in the Tang dynasty was naturally Shen Mu. Abdullah was the bridge that connected the two rich Tudeji in the Tang dynasty and the Abbasid Caliphate. Abdullah's business was very big. On this return trip, he brought a total of 500 camels with him, and the whole team had thousands of people. The caravan was now gathering at the northern suburbs of Chang'an. Abdullah took a break from his busy schedule and came here to bid farewell to Yang Fan. On the embroidered couch, Wan Er's slender fingers, which had been dyed with nail polish, gently wrapped around the jade flute. Her red lips, which were not even a speck of red, gently leaned forward. Her starry eyes were half open and half closed. Her shyness was extremely seductive. She opened her mouth and was about to play a heavenly tune when she suddenly knocked on the window 3 times. Abdullah rushed to the island in the middle of the lake. Lan Yiqing, who was patrolling outside, asked him about his purpose and hurried back to knock on the window to warn him. The window was closed, so the people outside naturally did not know what was happening inside. But Wan was about to do that shameful thing and could not help but feel ashamed. When Yang Fan heard the 3 knocks on the window, he knew that there was a guest looking for him. He could only suppress his desire and hurriedly got up, leaped over the wall and quietly returned to his residence. The 2 villas were very close to each other. Outside the back of the house was a desolate bush, so it was very convenient for him to sneak around. Ha ha ha, my dear friend, Abdullah is about to return to Dashi. Today, I have specially come to bid farewell to you. When Abdullah saw Yang Fan walk into the living room, he opened his arms and welcomed him with a laugh. Yang Fan was in a very bad mood. Any man who had his plans ruined at such a crucial moment would not be in a good mood. Yang Fan pulled a long face and cupped his hands, saying, "This trip to Arabia is full of dangers and obstacles. I wish you a safe journey. It is a pity that I, Yang, am busy with work and cannot host a farewell banquet for you." Abdullah said, "I will leave immediately and have no time to drink. I have only made 2 friends in the East. One is Shen Mu and the other is your Majesty. Before we leave, I have a big gift for you." Abdullah winked at Yang Fan mysteriously and said, "Last time, I wanted to give you a few beauties but you did not want them. This time, I believe that you will definitely accept it. She is too beautiful. She is the pearl of the desert. I believe that you must be itching to ride her." Yang Fan had known him for a long time and knew that the nomadic Abbasid Caliphate people were used to riding to express their sexual love. He thought that Abdullah was going to give him another beauty. But this time, Yang Fan did not reject him. He really did not want to be a monk anymore. If Abdullah was going to give him another beauty, he decided to half refuse and half accept. Yang Fan, whose willpower had been tortured by his desire, was dragged out of the living room by Abdullah. Pointing to the courtyard, Abdullah proudly said, "Look, isn't she beautiful? She is a charming little beauty. Look at her graceful waist, look at her beautiful fur. Don't tell me that you don't want to ride her?" Yang Fan stared blankly at the little beauty in Abdullah's words. The little beauty raised her head and playfully snorted at him. "This is a very beautiful Arabian filly." Chapter 10-12. On Ba, the vast fields of crops were green and lush. When the wind blew, there was a rustling sound. The rustling sound was soft and pleasing to the ear. the light and fresh fragrance of the plants went straight into the heart and spleen along with the rustling sound, making people feel comfortable from the inside out. Yang Fan stood on the ridge of the fields and gazed into the distance. Next to him was an old elm tree, under which his little Arabian beauty was calmly grazing. The purebred Arabian horse was the royalty of horses, and its physique was also the most beautiful. It had a handsome head, a broad forehead, short ears, bright and spirited eyes, a long neck, a round buttocks, well-developed muscles, and tough hooves. Regardless of the color of its fur, its skin was black. The Arabian horse possessed astonishing speed and endurance. In 6 hours, it could run 250 li. This was a true divine steed that could travel 1,000 li in a single day. Moreover, it had a gentle temperament, sharp intelligence, and a rather high intelligence. It could easily understand its master's intentions. For example, right now, its reins were not tied. With a single order from Yang Fan, it docilely circled around the old elm tree, nibbling at the weeds beneath it. The lush green sprouts were just a few steps away, but it would not take a single step closer. Even in Dashi, purebred Arabian horses were considered treasures. Their owners would often bring them into their tents for protection. They only used female horses and did not trust foals. They only kept a small number of male foals for breeding. They would never mix their blood, much less sell them. Abdullah had not been bragging. The gift he had given to Yang Fan this time was truly priceless. Even 1,000 beautiful female slaves would not necessarily be willing to exchange their own Arabian steed for it. In the distance, a woman rode over. She was dressed in a snow-white robe, a silver-white sash tightly wrapped around her slender waist. As the horse galloped, the female rider straightened her back and shoulders, her slender waist swaying gracefully as she straddled the saddle, exuding an enchanting rhythm. When she got close, the woman tugged on the reins, and the maroon horse reared up. With a long neigh, the horse's hooves stomped heavily against the ground. Before the horse's hooves touched the ground, the female rider dismounted, her pearl-white, pointed satin boots firmly planted on the grass. "Ah Lang!" Gu Zhuting happily called out to Yang Fan. Her pretty face was flushed. Perhaps it was because she ran too fast, but it was not impossible to see Yang Fan's excitement. The blush made her face look even more beautiful. She really hadn't seen Yang Fan for a long time. At first, it was because she was too busy. Too many things had piled up in the days when she was not at Boz. Later, it was because Wan from Shanghai had come to Chang'an. Compared to Xiaoman and Anu, she only felt that Xiaoman and her Langjun were childhood sweethearts, and Anu was younger and more talented than her. As for Shanghai Wan'er, she could only look up to her. In terms of background, she was the daughter of an aristocratic family. In terms of status, she was the female prime minister. In terms of talent and learning, she was the head of the Hall of History and the Hanlin Academy. She was the most talented woman in the world. In terms of fame, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Gu Zhuting's sensitive feelings of inferiority intensified. She felt ashamed of her inferiority and did not dare to meet him. Yang Fan gradually understood. He knew that she was deliberately delaying and did not dare to leave Ba's side. Moreover, Wan'er also wanted to meet this sister. Therefore, Yang Fan took the opportunity to ride the horse and came to Ba's side. However, he did not go to Ba's town. Instead, he waited in the field. When Gu Zhuting received the news, she hurried over. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Seeing you ride a horse is a wonderful enjoyment. I admit that my horsemanship is not bad, but compared to you, I can't look at it. My horsemanship is only average. How can it be compared to Ah Lang?" Gu Zhuting smiled bashfully. Just as she was about to reply modestly, she suddenly saw the Arabian horse grazing under the old elm tree. She could not help but exclaim. She hurriedly covered her mouth. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes stared at the Arabian horse with dark green satin hair. She could not bear to look away. Yang Fan whistled. The horse immediately trotted to his side and rubbed its nose intimately against him. Yang Fan stroked the horse's mane. He smiled at Gu Zhuting and said, "What do you think of this horse?" Gu Zhuting nodded her head. She walked over and circled the horse twice. She asked doubtfully, "This is an Arabian horse?" Yang Fan did not know much about horses. This time he rode a fine horse out of the city. Although he felt that this horse was fast and stable, as swift as the wind, it was indeed different from ordinary horses. But because he did not know much about horses, he did not think that it was anything extraordinary. Hearing Gu Zhuting's words, he could not help but ask, "You recognized it?" Gu Zhuting nodded and said, "In the past, during the 60th birthday of Tang Zhenkai, the governor of Yuzhou, old Master Chui, tried to buy an Arabian horse as a birthday gift. Governor Tang was overjoyed, and from then on, he regarded it as a treasure. However, old grandfather Chui's horse is a little mixed in color. It is not as beautiful as this horse." Yang Fan knew that the Yuzhou governor's office governed 6 provinces: Yuzhou, Yi-Yen, Northern Yen, Ping and Tan. It had great military power and was a high official in the north. Fanyang Lu clan, Qinghe Chui clan and the other great clans of Shandong relied heavily on him. For the Tang governor's birthday, the great clans of Shandong would probably give him lavish gifts. During Yang Fan's wedding, he had seen Shui Huai and Princess Taiping compete in wealth. The gifts given by the two could be considered priceless. Moreover, the great clans of Shandong had 1,000 years of history and relied heavily on the Yuzhou governor. With the intention to win him over, the gifts given by the governor would definitely be better than what he received. However, the Tang governor's gift of an Arabian horse showed how valuable it was. Only now did Yang Fan understand how valuable this horse was. This gift from Abdullah could not be said to be insignificant. Recalling how he was displeased when Abdullah interrupted his wedding, Yang Fan could not help but feel guilty. "When Abdullah returns from Arabia, I must offer him a banquet as an apology." Yang Fan saw that Gu Zhuting had been staring at the precious horse, as if she couldn't bear to part with it, so he smiled and said, "Let's try riding it." Gu Zhuting pointed at her own nose in surprise and asked, "Me?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "Of course it's you." Gu Zhuting hurriedly shook her head and said, "No, no, no. This is Ah Lang's beloved horse. How could I dare to ride it?" Yang Fan whispered, "It's just a horse. The one I want to ride is you." Gu Zhuting's pretty face immediately turned red. Although Ren Wei and the others had very consciously retreated when the two of them saw each other, there was no need to worry about this flirtatious words being heard by others. However, her face was still very tender, and she was so embarrassed that her face was completely red. Her pair of big watery eyes were wet. Seeing her embarrassment, Yang Fan did not continue teasing her. He smiled and said, "Come, try riding it. Horses are meant to be ridden." "But this is a horse is also a horse. No matter how good a horse is, it is not as precious as you in my heart." "Are you saying that a man is not as precious as a horse?" Gu Zhuting bit her lips and nodded lightly. She pulled the horse over and leaped lightly onto its back. Her slender waist and long legs were in perfect proportion. The moment she sat on the horse, her fine silk trousers tightened around her thighs, revealing her smooth and round curves. Especially when her legs were clamped tightly around the horse's abdomen, her thighs tightened. Yang Fan looked at that graceful curve and thought about the feeling of such a pair of round, slender, firm, and smooth thighs clamped around his waist. Little Air actually shook its head and wagged its tail. Recently, Yang Fan had really been extremely dissatisfied with his desires. Fortunately, Gu Zhuting kicked the horse's belly and with a light shout, the horse shot forward like an arrow, saving Yang Fan from making a fool of himself. Arabian horses are not only adept at long-distance running, they are also as fast as the wind in short sprint. Gu Zhuting's equestrian skills are superb. Even though it is her first time riding this horse, she is able to control it with ease. Riding on the back of such a fine horse, she does not feel the slightest jolt. It is as though she is flying in the air. The four hooves of the horse seem to be floating in the air, calm and agile. From afar, Yang Fan and the rest could see that Gu Zhuting's movements are no longer as obvious. It is as though she has become one with the horse and shot into the distance like an arrow. Gu Zhuting left quickly and returned just as quickly. In a short moment she disappeared from everyone's sight, but in the blink of an eye she flew back, arriving in front of Yang Fan. Gu Zhuting pulled on the reins. The horse did not raise its hooves or whinny, it did not move much, but steadily stopped there, and Gu Zhuting's hair that was thrown straight behind her slowly floated down. Yang Fan raised his finger and praised, "Good! It is indeed a good horse. Your equestrian skills are good as well. From now on, it belongs to you." Gu Zhuting had just dismounted from the horse. Upon hearing these words, she was shocked and said, "No, no, no, this horse is too valuable." When old Master Cui gifted the Arabian horse to the Tang governor, Gu Zhuting was one of the escorts. She saw with her own eyes that General Zhao Huan of the Anong Protectorate offered 4 Xinlua beauties, a pair of Goryeo twin sisters, 2 blonde Slavic female slaves with skin whiter than snow and 3 Goryeo pearls in exchange for the horse. However, the offer was flatly rejected by the Tang governor. It is said that after Tang Shoshing obtained the horse, he treated the horse even better than his own son. He personally washed and fed the horse and did not allow anyone to interfere. Because the horse came and went freely in the backyard, one of his most beloved concubines was startled by the horse. She whipped the horse once and was beaten half to death by the Tang governor. She was then thrown into the washing room to become a female slave. Now, Yang Fan did not even think about it and gave such a precious horse to her. In Yang Fan's eyes, this was just a horse. No matter how rare it was still an animal. However, in Gu Zhuting's heart, there was an indescribable feeling. Gu Zhuting's heart was agitated and her eyes reddened. She was on the verge of tears. Yang Fan looked at her flattered and grateful look, and couldn't help but find it funny. He thought that after getting along with her for this period of time, she had already dispelled her inferiority complex. He didn't expect that this woman was still like this. It was really not easy to correct a deep-rooted concept. Yang Fan gently embraced her shoulder and said in a gentle voice, "It is just a horse. There is no need to be like this. Even you are mine. Isn't your horse also my horse? Just take it that you are helping me take care of it. When I want to ride it, I can still ride it." Gu Zhuting hugged Yang Fan's sturdy waist and said softly, "And..." She sniffed and said softly, "I am also willing to be ridden by Alang. Alang can ride me whenever you want." Yang Fan's half-dead little brother suddenly felt hot blood rushing to his head. It immediately stood up like a flagpole. He really wanted to get on the horse and ride her away like the wind, but, looking at the guards standing on the ridge of the field, they were an eyesore. Chapter 10:13. Gu Zhuting followed Yang Fan back to the city. Her head was lowered and her face was red. She did not say a word and did not even raise her head. She was so embarrassed not because she had said those bold words of love to Yang Fan, but because Yang Fan had switched horses with her on the way back to the city, giving her the Arabian steed. Gu Zhuting excitedly asked, "Alang, does this horse have a name?" Yang Fan answered casually, "It's called Beauty." The expressions on the faces of Rin Wei and the others immediately turned strange. Gu Zhuting thought that Yang Fan was teasing her in public, which was why she couldn't suppress her embarrassment. She didn't know that the name of this precious Arabian steed was really Beauty. Abdullah's bad taste was truly harmful. When they were about to enter the city gate, the road became crowded and chaotic. The moat was being repaired and the purplish-black silt that was cleaned up had not been transported away. After entering the city, there were also construction works everywhere. Some places were so narrow that they had to dismount and walk on foot. While leading the horse, Yang Fan leaned close to Gu Zhuting's shoulder and whispered to her, "When we get back, I will bring you to see someone." Gu Zhuting's heart skipped a beat and she became nervous. Of course, she knew who Yang Fan was bringing her to see. For a moment, Gu Zhuting was even more nervous than an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her parents-in-law. Seeing her pale face, Yang Fan could not help but chuckle. What are you afraid of? She is not a man-eating tiger. Gu Zhuting quietly swallowed and whispered, I don't need to see her, right? Yang Fan said, she can't leave the palace often. This is a rare opportunity. Xiao Man and Ah Nu have known her for a long time, and they get along well. What are you afraid of? She is gentle and easy to talk to. Even if you avoid her this time, you will still have to meet her in the future. Besides, she also wants to see you. Gu Zhuting stammered, but your servant only knows martial arts. I don't know anything about poetry. In front of her, I'm afraid I have nothing to say. Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. This pitiful appearance was really lovable. Yang Fan comforted him. Don't worry, she's not a sour and rotten Mr. Winter Roast. She doesn't recite poems when she's with me. Don't you know Kuju? She's a Kuju expert. You can talk to her about Kuju. And Gu Zhuting agreed and followed him to a footboard in the tunnel. She could not help but ask, Ah Lang, this is the first time I've seen her. Should I prepare a gift for her? Yang Fan couldn't help but want to laugh. Gu Zhuting's way of thinking was really a little petty. Not to mention Tai Ping and Wanner, even Xiao Mang and Ah Nu, who had followed the emperor since childhood and was the imperial guard captain, and who was the personal maid of a young master of an aristocratic family, had vast knowledge and experience. At first, Gu Zhuting gave him the impression that she was a ruthless female killer who came and went like a ghost. She was a forthright woman with a Jianghu flavor. But deep down, she was a little girl from a humble family. Only he knew her true colors. Yang Fan wanted to comfort her, but on second thought, there was no need to make her obey him. She was already a little uneasy, and he should give her some confidence. Thinking of this, Yang Fan changed his mind. He smiled and said, You're really thoughtful. Let's go to the East Market and buy a nice gift. Among the two cities of Chang'an, the West Market was far from the three major inner cities, Taiji Palace in the west, Daming Palace in the east, and Xingqing Palace in the south. Most of the businesses in the West Market were daily necessities such as clothes, candles, biscuits, and medicine. It was bustling and more prosperous than the East Market, but most of the goods were ordinary. The East Market was close to the three major inner cities. Most of the people living around it were royalty and dignitaries. Therefore, most of the shops in the city sold expensive goods. Although there were not many customers, they sold expensive and luxurious goods. Tens of thousands of treasures could be found everywhere. As the saying goes, if you don't open for 3 years, you'll eat for 3 years after opening. In the Eastern Market, there were 220 lines of goods. The goods were arranged in different lines, and the rare and precious goods from all over the world were all gathered here. The ancient capital of Chang'an had a profound history. Princess Annal wandered around in high spirits and felt that this trip was worthwhile. Chang'an was bounded by Vermilion Bird Avenue. The east of the city was Wanyan County, the west of the city was Chang'an County, and the East Market was under the jurisdiction of Wanyan County. The new county magistrate, Huang Jianyu, was dressed in casual clothes. He led a few calm and experienced plain-clothed constables into the crowd, secretly protecting Princess Annal and her party. Today, the 5 sons of the Prince of Xiang had arrived in Chang'an. The officials of Chang'an once again came out to welcome them. Because Wu Chongxuan had arrived a day earlier, he also went to welcome them. The relationship between the Wu and Li families was good. Because Li Xian and his wife had done their best to cater to the Wu family after their marriage, and the rise of the second Zhang, the Wu and Li families had developed a strong sense of crisis. Their relationship became even closer. This was especially true after Zhang Changzong's slander had killed Wu Yenji, Li Zhongruan, and Li Xianhui. Because Wu Yenji was a member of the Wu family, Li Zhongruan was a member of the Li family, and Li Xianhui was the daughter of the Li family and the daughter-in-law of the Wu family. The Wu and Li families shared a common enemy and became even closer. Because of this, Wu Chongshuan naturally had to go to the Tenli pavilion to welcome them, but Princess Annel did not go with him. Originally, as the daughter-in-law of the Wu family, she did not have to welcome other members of the royal family. It would have been enough for her husband to show up. However, she was also a daughter of the Li family. This time, it was her cousin who had come. It would be inappropriate for her not to go. Some people speculated that Li Guo'er's actions were to avoid arousing suspicion. She did not want outsiders to think that the Wu and Li families had joined forces, especially since Zhang Changzong was in Chang'an. In order to avoid arousing the second Zhang's fear, she chose not to show up because of her sensitive identity. In reality, Li Guo'er was not that scheming. There was only one reason why she did not go to welcome them. She did not care about these cousins at all. Even if it was her own brothers and sisters, she was very indifferent to them. Would a person who had thrown her son to the nanny the moment he was born and followed her husband to Chang'an to relax care about her relatives? Most of the people who accompanied Princess Annel were rich and noble ladies. There was also a man, and that was Du Wentian. Du Wentian's righteous act of stopping a frightened horse yesterday could be considered a blessing in disguise. First, he was favored by Wu Chongshuan and his wife. Then, something else happened that brought Du Wentian and his wife closer to each other. Because when the Wu family rose, Wu Zetian had already lived in Luoyang for a long time. Therefore, the Wu family had no foundation in Chang'an, let alone a mansion. Therefore, Lu Xietian prepared a temporary residence for the couple. After the banquet, Lu Xuantian and the others escorted the couple to their residence. When Princess Anlu arrived there, she was very unhappy. The courtyard was exquisite and beautiful, but the standard was a little small. It was fine to use a courtyard with 3 entrances as a temporary residence, but Anlu was vain and advocated luxury. She thought that as a princess, her status was the most honorable in Chang'an. If she was given such a courtyard as a temporary residence, it would be unfair to her. Princess Annel's expression immediately darkened, making the Lu residence very awkward. Du Wentian came to the rescue in time and invited the couple to stay in the Du family's mansion in Chang'an. Because of his act of stopping the horse, Wu Chongshuan had a good impression of him and actually agreed. Du Wentian was overjoyed and hurriedly welcomed his goddess back to his own mansion. That night, because they were staying in the same mansion, Du Wentian tossed and turned for half the night without sleeping. It seemed that because of this, he had developed a special relationship with the beauty. However, he could only let his imagination run wild. Although he was lustful, he did not dare to have any ideas about the princess. This morning, Wu Chongshuan and the others went to welcome the Prince of Xiang's 5th son. Because Du Wentian had been injured yesterday, Wu Chongshuan advised him to stay and rest. Du Wentian took advantage of the situation and stayed. In his view, Princess Annel was the crown prince's daughter. As long as he could curry favor with Princess Annel, he would be able to establish a relationship with the Li family. Princess Annel was also the daughter-in-law of the Wu family. If the Li family lost its power and the Wu family ruled the world, then he would be currying favor with the future crown prince and crown princess. This was much less risky than being too close to the Prince of Xiang's 5th son. He did not realize that he actually wanted to have more opportunities to get close to this stunning beauty. Even if he knew that there was no chance of getting intimate with her, as long as he could get closer and see her beautiful smile, he would be very happy. Just like this, he also followed Anlu on her outing. Anlu entered and exited shops that sold precious jewels and precious clothing. As long as she played with them for a little while or lingered for a moment, the observant Du Wentian would immediately obediently pay the bill for her. At present, the servants following behind were already carrying bags of all sizes, all of them the princess purchases. Yesterday, Du Wentien's heroic act of stopping a startled horse had already won Princess Annel's favor. Adding on the fact that he had lent her the luxurious residence, Princess Annel's favorable impression of him was even greater. Today, he was tactful and generous, so Princess Annel was even more pleased. Although the plaster on his nose made him look rather ridiculous, he was tall, elegant, and very handsome, and she began to like him a little. Princess Annel became more and more affectionate towards him. Every word and smile of hers was extremely flirtatious, causing Du Wentien to fall head over heels for her. Along the way, he felt light as a feather, as if his bones had no weight at all. Just a bright glance from a beauty, a bright smile, and he made him forget everything else. Anlu was probably afraid of living the first half of her life in poverty. Now that she had become a princess, what she liked the most were luxurious residences, delicious food, jewels, and gorgeous clothes. It was as if she wanted to use these to make up for all the hardships she had suffered in the first half of her life. Seeing a rather large clothing and hat shop in front of her, Anlu immediately walked over. At this time, Yang Fan was leading the horse and walking shoulder to shoulder with Gu Zhuting. Yang Fan knew that Gu Zhuting was nervous about seeing Wan so along the way he tried to tease her with some light topics. Gu Zhuting's nervous mood gradually relaxed, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Li Guo raised her head and saw the two of them talking and laughing in low voices. The man was handsome and the woman was pretty, a perfect match. Li Guo's heart was filled with jealousy and hatred. She puffed out her chest and strode towards them. Chapter 10:14. When he saw Princess Annel, Yang Fan was slightly startled. He knew that Princess Annel had arrived in Chang'an, but he didn't expect her to appear here today. Gu Zhuting was originally half a step behind him. When Yang Fan suddenly stopped, she didn't react in time. She hurriedly took another step forward and was shoulder to shoulder with Yang Fan. She quickly took another step back and still maintained a distance of half a step behind Yang Fan. A woman couldn't walk in front of her man. This was a rule passed down from the older generation, and she had always remembered it. The Li Guo in front of him was still so beautiful, but what was different from before was that in the past, her beauty had a kind of vitality unique to wild women, like a clear spring in the mountains. Perhaps it was because of the pampered life, or perhaps it was because of the change in status. The Li Guo now had a bit more grace and arrogance in her beauty. Because she had given birth, she had more of a mature woman's charm. This charm perfectly blended into her beautiful appearance. From her perfect figure and beautiful face, it was impossible to tell that this was a little married woman with a child. In fact, it was the same from the psychological point of view. As arrogant and willful as she was, she never had the awareness of being a mother. Li Guo hated Yang Fan to the core. She only had kindness towards Yang Fan, when had there ever been hatred? But to her, kindness was always easy to forget, but hatred was hard to forget. Even if it wasn't hatred, it would only be a gap between them, and it would ferment in her heart as time passed. She hated Yang Fan because Yang Fan was the only man who made her willing to lower herself to please and flatter him, but he abandoned her like a pair of worn-out shoes. She hated Yang Fan because Yang Fan was the only person in the world who knew how poor she used to be, and how she could only use her body to please men in exchange for benefits. The more men crawled under her skirt, the more she remembered Yang Fan's disdain. Every time she saw Yang Fan, she, who was already as high as a phoenix, would remember the shame of being inferior to a chicken when she was down and out, and this shame eventually turned into her bone-deep hatred towards Yang Fan. She glanced at Yang Fan, and then at Gu Zhuting who was standing next to Yang Fan. She just saw Yang Fan and Gu Zhuting whispering softly, and his eyes were full of gentleness. When did he ever have such an attitude towards her? In terms of beauty, identity, and age, what did this woman have to compare with her? When Princess Anlu quickly walked forward, Du Wentien and the other noblewomen also quickened their pace, wanting to catch up. However, they soon realized that the princess had met an old friend, so the noblewomen tactfully stopped in their tracks. Du Wentian naturally didn't dare to cross, and immediately stopped. He did not recognize Yang Fan. The day before yesterday, when he followed Shangguan Wan to the main hall of Xingjiao Temple, he was pretending to offer incense. The person who was sent to eavesdrop on Yang Fan's conversation was his subordinate. And when he was beaten, what left the deepest impression on him was Zhang Changzong's appearance. When Yang Fan walked out of the hall, he was already beaten black and blue. Then, he was carried away by someone and did not have the time to look at Yang Fan. Yang Fan calmly bowed to Princess Anlu and said, "Greetings, Your Highness." Yang Fan calmly bowed to Princess Anil with a smile and said, "Greetings, Your Highness. General Yang, you're really lucky." The hatred in Princess Anil's eyes disappeared in a flash, and then turned into a kind of charm that could turn people upside down. She looked up and down at Yang Fan a few times and said with a smile, "I heard that General Yang was shot by an arrow on Vermilion Bird Avenue, and looking at you now, you're already much better." Yang Fan smiled and said, "Thank you for your question, Your Highness. I'm lucky, and that arrow was extremely dangerous, and almost hit my vitals. Fortunately, it only pierced through my chest, and didn't hit my heart, so I didn't die." Princess Anil giggled and said sweetly, "No wonder people say that good people don't live long, and scourges live for thousands of years." Gu Zhuting didn't know about the grudges between Princess Anil and Yang Fan, and when she heard her words, she thought she was teasing. To use someone else's injury as a topic of teasing, it meant that the two were very familiar with each other. Yang Fan already had many dealings with the royal family, and Gu Zhuting had also heard about his affair with Taiping. She immediately thought to herself, "Al Lang and this princess, don't tell me, no, no." As if sensing Gu Zhuting's attention, Princess Anil's gaze shifted to her, and looked at her like she was looking at a commodity, and said lightly, "This is your woman?" Yang Fan stretched out a hand and put it on Gu Zhuting's shoulder, and said with a smile, "Yes, she is my woman." When Princess Anil said "your woman," and when Yang Fan said "my woman," their tones were different, and they had already exchanged blows. Gu Zhuting didn't realize that when she heard Yang Fan admit her identity in front of outsiders, she was both embarrassed and happy, as if she had drunk honey. Princess Anil smiled faintly, and her gaze suddenly focused on the Arabian horse that Gu Zhuting was leading. After taking a careful look, she said with uncertainty, "This is an Arabian horse?" The Arabian horse was very different from the Central Plains horses, but those who didn't know what an Arabian horse looked like would not be able to recognize its origin. Unexpectedly, Princess Anil was able to recognize it in an instant. In fact, this wasn't strange. There were no princesses of the Tang dynasty who were weak and delicate, and most of the noble ladies knew how to ride a horse. When Anil had just returned to Chang'an, she was in a hurry to enter the upper class, and she didn't want to be looked down upon by the daughters of the nobles. As a result, she put in a lot of effort to learn the manners and skills that a noble lady should possess. She was a woman who wanted to be superior to others in every aspect. Once, when she was traveling on horseback with a noble lady, she specially requested Wu Zetian to borrow an Arabian steed from the Imperial Stables division. It was a tribute that the envoy sent by the Kingdom of Abbasid Caliphate hoped to strengthen the trade between the two countries to the great Zhou Emperor. At that time, Princess Anil was being doted on by Wu Zetian, and the Imperial Horse Supervisor was flattering her, recommending the horse to her, and introducing its abilities in detail. However, Princess Anil gradually incurred the disgust of Wu Zetian, and she didn't receive such treatment. However, she still remembered the characteristics of the Arabian horse, and as a result, she was able to recognize it at a glance. Yang Fan was surprised. "Your Highness actually recognizes the Arabian horse? Good eyesight." Princess Anil's eyes instantly lit up. None of the relatives of the royal family in Luoyang had such a horse. Back then, when she borrowed the Empress's horse, she was in the limelight, but it was a pity that it was a borrowed horse. She didn't expect Yang Fan to have one. On the horse, Anil said. I like to ride horses. I wonder if General Yang is willing to part with it? Yang Fan shook his head. My apologies, this horse is a token of love from me to Miss Gu. Princess Anil smiled, and her smile was charming, but her eyes were getting colder. I have asked, and General Yang is still unwilling to part with it? Yang Fan said indifferently, Your Highness, why must you snatch away someone else's love? The smile on Princess Anil's face disappeared. She glared coldly at Yang Fan and said, Yang Fan, don't be arrogant just because you're favored. What general or minister? In the end, you are just a dog reared by the royal family. Gu Zhuting felt deeply uneasy. As an assassin, she dared to assassinate a governor at the age of 13. If the order was for her to assassinate the emperor, she would also dare to do it. Deep down, she was a person who revered hierarchy and valued etiquette the most. However, she didn't fear the imperial power and dared to challenge the highest authority. It might sound contradictory, but it wasn't contradictory at all. When she jumped out of a circle, she could look down on all the rules in that circle. There was nothing that she needed to respect. When she jumped into a circle willingly, she had to follow everything in that circle. Now, she was no longer a female assassin. Her life had gained a new meaning because of him. She cherished everything she had now, and she deeply loved the man beside her. She had to consider everything from his perspective. The person before her was a princess, a member of the royal family. Gu Zhuting couldn't help but consider the predicament that this conflict would bring to her man. Thus, despite her reluctance, she whispered, Ah Lang, since Princess likes this horse, I will gift it to your highness. In any case, I don't usually ride a horse. Before Yang Fan could speak, Li Guo sharply said, Who do you think you are? You don't deserve to say the word gift to me. She turned to Yang Fan and arrogantly raised her chin, saying, I want you to give it to me. Yang Fan ignored her and turned to Gu Zhuting. Ting you don't need to compromise yourself for anyone. Your man is able to achieve what he has today because he fought with his life on the line. He didn't do it because he wanted to flatter a princess. Li Guo was enraged by Yang Fan's sarcasm. She was a noble princess, and she was more beautiful than Gu Zhuting. She didn't understand why Yang Fan didn't care about her, but treated a lowly woman like a treasure. Li Guo was jealous and hateful. She blurted out, Who is she? Status, identity, age, and beauty? How can she compare to me? She's just a lowly servant that shamelessly clings to the rich and powerful. She's worthy of you treating her like a treasure. Gu Zhuting's face turned as white as paper. She didn't fall in love with Yang Fan because of his power or status. However, the difference in status between them was an obvious fact. The reason why she often had feelings of inferiority was because of these facts. Now that she was being insulted like this, she could not refute it with words. She bit her lower lip tightly, and a trace of sweetness gradually seeped into her mouth, corroding her heart. In the distance, the group of noblewomen and Du Wentian seemed to be able to tell from their expressions that they were not old friends who had met and chatted in a friendly manner. Their curiosity made them perk up their ears. Unfortunately, they did not have super hearing like Yang Fan. Because they were standing too far away, they did not hear a word from the street. Yang Fan was furious. He didn't understand what was wrong with Li Guo. Speaking of feelings, they didn't have any feelings for each other. That day on Huangzhu Ling, she was skilled in bed. She didn't bleed, but it already made Yang Fan vigilant. Later, he understood that she didn't hesitate to sacrifice herself in order to escape from imprisonment. Yang Fan looked down on her a little more. Then, he figured out her real identity. Yang Fan started to distance himself from her. When he gradually found that there was something wrong with this woman's character, he kept a respectful distance. Speaking of hatred, there shouldn't be a trace. Yang Fan had helped her family. When did she have any hatred? If it could be said that Yang Fan had used her and then abandoned her, then her love turning to hate could also be considered a reason. But Yang Fan knew that he didn't love her and she was only using him. After Princess and Lu returned to the capital, Yang Fan was not ignorant of the various scandals that gradually spread. This woman would never firmly place her heart on a man. Since she was heartless, how could love turn to hate? But other than these things, he really couldn't think of how he had offended her to make her hold such a deep grudge against him. He didn't know that there really was a kind of person in this world. Zhang Kuo was so ruthless that it was difficult to use common sense to guess. When Yang Fan had spied on Huang Zhuling, she had coincidentally been bitten by a poisonous snake and her life was hanging by a thread. Yang Fan had the heavy responsibility of rescuing the Prince of Luling. Even though he knew that saving this peasant girl could expose his identity, he still sucked the poison out of her to save her life. However, she took advantage of the moment when Yang Fan turned to leave to grab a sharp stone and fiercely throw it at the back of Yang Fan's head. Yang Fan dodged the attack and caught her. She immediately argued that it was because she didn't believe that Yang Fan was a herbalist and was afraid that he would harm her. At the time, Yang Fan had already picked up the medicine basket and was preparing to leave, so how could he have any ill intentions towards her? When had she ever cared about her chastity and reputation? The reason why she wanted to smash her savior to death was because she had taken Yang Fan's previous joke seriously. In order to conceal his true identity, Yang Fan had said that he was a herbalist, so he had taken her pearl of average quality as payment. The only reason why she wanted to smash her savior to death was to take back her pearl. This kind of person was extremely narrow-minded. She wouldn't care about the kindness of a gushing spring, but she would haggle over every ounce of hatred. This kind of person, just like when she was born, the heavens had stuffed a vicious air into her heart. How could she be treated as a normal person? Yang Fan was enraged. His face darkened and he said word by word, "You're asking about the difference? Then let me tell you. The difference between you and Miss Gu is the difference between a whore and a woman." Gu Zhuting was stunned. She didn't think that Yang Fan would actually dare to insult a princess. That was a princess. And the reason why he was like this was because she had been insulted. Tears began to well up in her eyes. Princess and Lu was also stunned. She didn't think that Yang Fan would dare to speak like this. She looked at Yang Fan in shock, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Yang Fan's face was as cold as ice, and he said coldly, "Commander Jia Xing of the Yellow Bamboo Ridge, Brigade Commander Jia, and a few of his team leaders are all dead. As far as I know, their trusted subordinates and soldiers also met with various accident. I'm sure you know the reason best, Miss Jiu Kai. Princess and Lu took a step back, her face as pale as paper. Yang Fan smiled coldly and said, "Your Highness, please open your eyes wide and take a good look at Miss Gu. What do you see in her eyes? It's a pool of clear spring water. It's filled with dignity, chastity, loyalty, and purity. But in your eyes, I only see greed, indulgence, vanity, and shamelessness." Li Guo felt as if she was struck by lightning, and couldn't help but take another step back. Yang Fan said disdainfully, "A body that can be sold at any time, no matter how beautiful it is, it will still stink. What do you have to compare with Miss Gu?" Princess and Li's lips trembled, and she couldn't say a single word. When Yang Fan revealed the secret and called out the name Jiu Kai, it was as if her skin was torn off, and she was completely beaten black and blue in front of Yang Fan. For a moment she lost the courage to clamor. Chapter 10-15. Yang Fan looked at Li Guo disdainfully, then took Gu Zhuting's arm and walked towards Long Mao's store. Long Mao's store was not the oldest clothing store in Chang, an east city, but it was the most famous one. Seeing that Yang Fan had left, Du Wentian and the noblewomen gathered around. Du Wentian was very alert. Even though Li Guo quickly concealed her emotions and her face returned to normal, Du Wentian still saw a flash of resentment in her eyes. Du Wentian pretended to be curious and asked, "Your Highness, who is this person? He seems to be very familiar with your Highness." Li Guo said lightly, He is the loyal General Yang Fan. Li Guo's expression had completely returned to normal, without a trace of resentment. After saying this, she walked towards the Long Mao Old Store. She was not willing to be humiliated like this, and she did not have the self-restraint of a gentleman. As long as there was a chance, she would immediately take revenge. Du Wentian jumped in fright. Only now did he know that the person just now was Yang Fan, but when he saw Li Guo angrily walking towards the clothing and hat shop, he understood in his heart, this Princess Enlu and that General Zhong Wu were definitely not friends, there must be a grudge between them. Du Wentian rolled his eyes and immediately followed in. After knowing that the person was Yang Fan, he was worried that Yang Fan would recognize him. But he immediately realized that the relationship between Princess Annel and Yang Fan was not harmonious. This matter was becoming more and more interesting. As a young master of an aristocratic family, he had lived like a prince since he was young. He had never suffered such a big loss. His previous encounter in the Jujiao Temple was a painful experience that he had never experienced before. It was not that he did not want to take revenge, nor was it that he did not dare to, but he did not have the ability to. Now, he found a great opportunity in front of him. And now, he found that Princess Annel and Yang Fan did not seem to get along. If he used this princess, thus, he followed her in without any scruples. Of course, there was another reason. He was afraid of Zhang Changzong and Shanghai Wanner, but he wasn't afraid of Yang Fan. He didn't know Yang Fan's true background, and a mere loyal general wasn't enough to make him retreat. Although Gu Zhuting had never visited a shop like this before, with her eyesight, she could tell the moment she entered the shop that the things in this shop must be very expensive, and not just ordinarily expensive. Sure enough, there was a young lady from a rich family buying something in the shop. The maidservant was settling the bill. The shopkeeper said the price was 18,000 coins, but there was only a pair of boots on the counter. Gu Zhuting could not help but pinch her purse worriedly. The monthly allowance that Yang Fan gave her was several times more than when she was working under young Master Jiang. In addition, she was now the helmsman of Chaoquan, so she also had an income. So she, who had always been thrifty, had saved up a large sum of money. At least, in her eyes, it was a large sum of money. She even felt that she didn't need her parents, who were not well off, to help her by a very decent dowry. But now she found out that she would have to spend all of her savings in this shop in order to buy a decent meeting gift. Tinger, what do you think of this half-arm? Yang Fan saw that Gu Zhuting's eyes were fixed on a half-arm, so he stopped and asked with a smile. This half-arm had sleeves that reached the elbow and waist length. The color was light white and there were fine patterns on it, but it didn't look very obvious. The small lapel revealed a playful look. This kind of clothing material with hidden patterns was very laborious, so it was very expensive. But because of this, the clothing was even more beautiful. Gu Zhuting had never worn this kind of high-quality clothing material before, but she had seen this kind of clothing material on the young lady of the Chui family. The shopkeeper of the Long Mao Old Shop was named Xianyu. Xianyu came forward and said with a smile, "Customer has good eyesight. This half-sleeve is made of curling silk, and it is exceptionally exquisite. With the young lady's beauty, you will definitely look even more beautiful with this kind of good material." Curling silk, what is it like? It is not like silk and silk. It should be like the bright moon on Tiantai Mountain, a 45-foot waterfall spring. There is a wonderful writing in it, and the floor is covered with white fireworks and snow. This kind of fine texture and gorgeous patterns was produced in UD. Because the production was limited, and it had to be used as a tribute to the palace, it could be said that it was hard to find among the common people. "This half-sleeve is not bad, I want it." Princess Enlu barged in. She hadn't even seen what kind of clothing Gu Zhuting had taken a fancy to, so she said arrogantly. Jealousy and anger intertwined together, making her instinctively want to attack Yang Fan. In her heart, no matter what, Yang Fan would not compete with her in terms of wealth. What's more, Du Wentian from the Du family was paying the bill with her today. She wanted Yang Fan to lose face in front of her woman, and be even more humiliated than she was just now. Shopkeeper Xen hurriedly went over to her and said with a smile, "Young lady, this half-sleeve costs 30,000. Princess Enlu waved her hand and said indifferently, "Wrap it up." Du Wentian immediately took a step forward and ordered, "Pay up." Chen Jiao immediately walked up, and while taking out her money pouch, she said proudly, "No need to say the price, just wrap up the things that we have taken a fancy to, we can afford it." Gu Zhuting glanced at Yang Fan with a pitiful expression. Courage must be matched with ability. Courage without ability would be arrogance. If it was a battle of martial arts, a battle of life and death, Gu Zhuting would not show cowardice in front of anyone. If it was a battle of martial arts, she had skills that could dominate the world. If it was a battle of life and death, she wouldn't care about her life. But if it was a battle of wealth, it was a battle of money. Yang Fan looked at her pitiful appearance like a little girl, and felt both angry and amused. When he had first interacted with Gu Zhuting, he hadn't seen her expression like this. At that time, she knew that he had inherited the position of the sect master of Xian sect, but she dared to meet him with a sharp blade. She knew of Master Zhang's identity and background, but she dared to assassinate him without hesitation, just to get justice for herself. But now Yang Fan quite enjoyed the feeling of this remarkable female assassin relying on him, so he smiled and didn't speak. Gu Zhuting bit her lip and continued to walk around the shop. Her gaze quickly locked onto a piece of silk. This was a silk piece of silk that had flower patterns woven from gold and silver threads. It really was very beautiful. But before the shopkeeper said a price, Princess Enlu pointed at the silk and said loudly, "I want this silk as well." The shopkeeper had a smile and hurriedly said, "Little girl, this silk is 18,000. Princess Enli's chin rose slightly and she said disdainfully, "I said there is no need to discuss the price, Ben Gong. Ben Gong doesn't have the habit of discussing price, wrap it up." "Yes, yes, yes." The shopkeeper hurriedly agreed and ordered the worker to wrap it up. Chen Jia hurriedly went forward to pay. At this time, it wasn't just the clever shopkeeper who saw that something was wrong. Even the noble matrons that followed Princess Enlu also saw that something was wrong. It seemed that this princess was fighting with someone. A pair of soft-bottomed embroidered boots lined with silk, a knee-length jacket with a lapel and small sleeves, a silk striped skirt, a plain silk scarf. Wherever Gu Zhuting's gaze went, Li Guo would buy it. In just half an hour, almost half of the things in the shop had been swept away by her. Gu Zhuting's forehead couldn't help but drip with sweat. The rest of the clothes were even more expensive. From the goods that were just bought, she estimated that the lowest price of these clothes would be at least 50,000. It would be difficult for her to buy them all. Yang Fan was undoubtedly a very considerate man. He could see Gu Zhuting's uneasiness. He couldn't bear to continue teasing his woman. He smiled and whispered to Gu Zhuting, "Ting just take whatever you like. Don't worry about money." Gu Zhuting whispered, "This is a token of my sincerity for you. You shouldn't use Aleng's money." Yang Fan said, "Even you are mine. Isn't what's mine yours?" Gu Zhuting bit her lips and didn't say anything. Her heart was warm as if a drop of honey had dripped into it. It was slowly moistening and making her feel sweeter and sweeter. Yang Fan didn't hesitate to have such a fierce conflict with a noble princess for her. She had already completely surrendered to him. She was so grateful that she didn't know what to do. Now that he was so considerate, she was even more grateful. She quietly looked at Yang Fan with eyes full of sweetness and tenderness. She didn't know why she was so lucky. She thought that the ultimate fate of an assassin was to die alone in some unknown corner. But now her fate had been completely changed by this man. She was really willing to do anything for him as long as he liked it. "Shopkeeper, may I ask about this Nikhang moonlight dress?" Gu Zhuting politely asked the shopkeeper. As she expected, before she finished asking, Li Guo'er proudly said, "Wrap it up." Du Wentian waved to Chen Jia, "Pay." After saying this, Du Wentian quietly took out a handkerchief and wiped his temples. He didn't expect that the princess would be so tough. Although he was rich, he couldn't be so extravagant. At first, he still had the mentality of watching the fun, but now he couldn't bear it anymore. Yang Fan casually wandered around and suddenly saw a big-sleeved gauze gown. This was an evening dress worn in the boudoir. The material was as thin as cicada's wing. He imagined that his woman didn't wear any underwear and only covered her body with this gauze. Yang Fan couldn't help saying, "Shopkeeper, this dress." Li Guo'er said, "I want it." Du Wentian couldn't bear it anymore. He quietly leaned over and whispered, "Your Highness, the money I brought has been spent." Li Guo'er fiercely glared at him, but Du Wentian didn't see it. He lowered his head, very ashamed, but his heart was not without resentment. Today, he knew that he would be accompanying Princess Enlu to the Eastern market, so he specially brought money. But Li Guo'er was not throwing away money, she was simply extravagant. Even if he had a mountain of gold, he couldn't afford to spend like this. Li Guo'er ordered her maidservant coldly, "Pay up." Yang Fan looked at her and smiled. He turned his head and said to shopkeeper Xian, "Old shopkeeper, this dress, I think it's just ordinary. Do you have better clothes in your shop?" Until now, Xian you had not seen him buy a single piece of clothing. As a man, he had brought his female companion to go shopping, but he had been slapped in the face like this, and yet he could still be so calm and composed. He could not help but feel contempt in his heart, but he was an extremely shrewd businessman, so naturally, he would not show the slightest contempt in his attitude. But even if he didn't show it in his attitude, his behavior couldn't be picky. He politely smiled and said, "Our shop has a treasure. Because we are afraid that it will gather dust, we don't display it outside. Would you like to see it? This treasure of our shop, the price, is not cheap." Chapter 10:16. Yang Fan said indifferently, "Take it and have a look. I only choose what I like. As for the price, it doesn't matter if it's expensive or cheap." "Good." Shopkeeper Xian smiled faintly and turned his head to instruct a few assistants. "Take care of a few esteemed guests, I'll go get the things." The shopkeeper was very cautious. He personally went to the back hall to get the clothes. After a while, he came out with a beautifully made camphor-wood box. He put the box on the counter and opened it. There were several layers of Sichuan brocade lining inside. Sichuan brocade was an extremely expensive material. This dress was made of camphor that could repel insects and was lined with Sichuan brocade. One could imagine how expensive it was. For a moment, his action attracted everyone's attention. Shopkeeper Xian removed the several layers of Sichuan brocade and took out a dress. He shook it gently and unfolded it. Suddenly, the room was filled with light. The light reflected by the dress was like rippling waves. With the slightest movement of the dress, the walls, the clothes, and the faces of the people in the room seemed to be flowing gently. There was a moment of silence in the shop. Everyone was stunned. Yang Fan couldn't help but show a surprised look. Although he didn't know much about clothes, he could see that the dress was gorgeous. He didn't expect that this shop would have such a treasure. With a proud expression, shopkeeper Xian announced in a clear voice, "Dear customers, this is the treasure of our store. This monofilament jade bird cage skirt." Yang Fan moved closer to Gu Zhuting's ear and said, "This dress is good. Buy it." Gu Zhuting noticed that every item in this shop was priceless, but this dress was so dazzling that it was obvious how precious it was. She could not help but whisper, "I'll lang this dress. I'm afraid it's worth hundreds of thousands of yuan." Yang Fan said, "Money is not a problem. I want this one. Buy it." Gu Zhuting hesitated and said, "Do you really want to buy it?" Yang Fan said, "Of course. Otherwise, you'll lose face as a man." While the two of them were whispering, the noblewomen had already started talking at once. "Oh my God, what kind of material is this? There's a hint of red in the purple, and there are hundreds of birds in the light. It's really amazing. Purple? How can it be purple? It's obviously emerald green. It's not all emerald green, there's also a hint of red. It's obviously gold and silver," the shopkeeper said proudly. "To tell you the truth, the first difficulty of this dress is that it needs to be made from the feathers of hundreds of birds, which is as difficult as reaching the sky. It takes several years of work. Another difficulty is that it needs to be made from the feathers of hundreds of birds. Another difficulty is that it needs to be made for the clothes of hundreds of birds. Thirdly, it was not only the feathers of 100 birds that were used to make clothes, but the feathers of various colors had to be pieced together to form a picture of 100 birds. The smallest bird picture was only the size of a fingernail, but it had eyebrows, eyes, facial features, and feathers. Everyone says that dragon robes are difficult to make. A dragon robe requires thousands of embroidery craftsmen, metalworkers, painters, and more. Takes 2 years to make. The amount of effort needed to make this dress is no less than that of the dragon robe." He gently shook his skirt, and a rainbow-colored light flickered. Someone cried out in surprise, "It's changed, it's changed. It's emerald green. It's golden again. It's emerald green. Oh, it's golden," the shopkeeper said. "Everyone, the color of the dress is different from where you stand." Everyone gasped in admiration when they heard it. Ligueur stared blankly. Such a dress had such an effect just by appearing in public. What kind of effect would it have if she wore it and appeared under the sun? If she was traveling with the royal family or attending a banquet, as long as she wore this dress, Ligueur's heart was thumping with excitement. Her white jade-like cheeks were blushing. She blurted out, "I want this dress," the shopkeeper said. "Everyone, please don't rush. This dress is too expensive. It's not easy to sell it. It's easy to lower the cost. But why did our shop spend so much money to buy it back? Our Long Mao Old shop is ranked first among all the clothes and hats shops in Dong City. Our old owner is Chen Guogong. Chen Guogong violated the law and was sent to prison. His family dealt with his property and sold this old shop. Because of this, our shop's business has been affected. Now we can't be the first in Dong City. Our new owner spent a lot of money to buy this dress back. It's not for money but for fame. There won't be a second dress in this world without 5 to 6 years of hard work. So, for at least 5 years, this dress will be the only one in the world. We spent so much money to buy this dress. In the end, we want it to be one of a kind. We want it to be the treasure of our shop. As long as this dress is here, no one will dare to say that their shop is better than our old shop. So, if we want to sell this dress, we naturally have to sell it at a unique price. Only then can we build up the reputation of our Long Mao Old shop. Everyone, if you like this dress, please feel free to bid. The starting price is 1 million yuan. The highest bidder wins." When she said this, the noble ladies couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although Gu Zhuting didn't know the value, her guess was reliable. The noble ladies also estimated that such a dress should be between 500,000 to 600,000. The wealthiest among them could only sigh when they thought that a dress would cost 500,000 to 600,000. But they didn't expect the shopkeeper to double the price and ask for 1 million yuan. 1 million yuan. Princess Annel couldn't help but be shocked. Although she was used to being extravagant, she had never spent so much money before. Du Wentian's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He moved his feet lightly and quietly moved back. He was secretly glad that he had already said so. Otherwise, it would be too expensive to use the price of a big house to buy a dress to curry favor with a princess. The current situation in the court was unclear. Their Du family only wanted to use this opportunity to establish a relationship with both the Wu and Li families. They didn't want to step onto the pirate ship of either side. If he were to pay this 1,000,000 yuan, the Du family would be branded as the Wu family and wouldn't be able to escape. Princess Annel was a little uneasy. Her family had only returned to the court not long ago. Their foundation couldn't be said to be strong. When she got married, she had a large dowry and received a lot of congratulatory gifts. However, it was really painful to spend so much money on a dress. Moreover, many of the gifts could not be turned into cash. How could she, a dignified princess, barter with goods? Moreover, the other party might not agree. However, she really couldn't let go of this dress. Everyone loved to be beautiful, and she especially loved to be beautiful and wanted to be in the limelight. When she thought of wearing this dress and showing off in front of the royal family, Princess Annel was so excited that her entire body trembled. She wanted to obtain this dress at all costs. Not only were there Yang Fan and Gu Zhuting, there were also a few Chang, a noble ladies. Princess Annel couldn't lower herself to bargain and could only bite the bullet and say, 1,000,000 yuan. I want it. 1,000,000 yuan, how much land and food can you buy? Using it to buy a dress, you're really crazy. Gu Zhuting wanted to retreat and quietly looked at Yang Fan. Yang Fan calmly nodded at her, his eyes full of encouragement. Courage returned to Gu Zhuting. She raised her voice and said, Shopkeeper, I want this dress. 1,010,000 yuan. Princess Annel was unable to restrain her anger and said, I already want this dress. Yang Fan smiled and said, the shopkeeper said it clearly. I don't want this dress to be sold for sure. I just want the reputation. Didn't the other party not agree to sell it to you? My woman also likes this dress. As the saying goes, the highest bidder wins. If you offer a higher price than me, it will be yours. Princess Annel was provoked by him and said loudly, 1,010,000. Yang Fan said to Gu Zhuting in a low voice, 100,000, 100,000. Gu Zhuting glanced at him with a pleading look in her eyes. She didn't want to spend so much money from Yang Fan. In her opinion, no matter how beautiful the dress was, it wasn't worth such a high price even if it could attract everyone's attention. Even though her man was supporting her, she didn't want to spend so much of her man's money for a vanity. His money didn't grow on trees. Yang Fan smiled and whispered in a voice that only she could hear, Good girl, is your man's face not worth a dress? Gu Zhuting gritted her teeth and said loudly, 1,200,000. Princess Annel immediately said, 1,300,000. Yang Fan gently placed his hand on Gu Zhuting's waist. Not only did his palm transmit warmth to Gu Zhuting's body, it also gave her great courage. 1,400,000. The price of the dress was gradually raised to 2 million amidst the incessant bidding. Everyone in the shop was dumbfounded. The shopkeeper also didn't expect the price to be raised to such a high level. He suppressed his excitement and quietly instructed his assistants. Immediately, 2 assistants quietly ran out. Not long later, the 2 assistants' announcement attracted countless people, and Long Mao's old shop was surrounded so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Shopkeeper Xian's heart was quite black. He was deliberately provoking them. It seemed like both sides were people of status. As long as they didn't lose face, the price could be even higher. 1,200,000. 1,200,000. The price was indeed raised again. The shopkeeper was so excited that his hands, which were hidden in his sleeves, were secretly trembling. This old shop had just changed owners, and it was said that the owner was still in Luoyang. However, from the few instructions that the owner had sent over, this owner was an extremely powerful person. Such a powerful and shrewd owner liked to firmly control everything in his hand. Therefore, after this old shop changed owners, other people probably wouldn't be affected, but as the shopkeeper, he would most likely be taken down. Now that he had made such a great contribution to the new owner, he was afraid that his position wouldn't be as stable as Mount Tai. 1,500,000. 1,600,000. Princess Anil called out the price, and her heart was bleeding. This price was too high, and it had far exceeded what she could afford. She didn't have any scruples towards her man. Wu Chongxuan pampered her like a goddess, and she always kept her word in front of Wu Chongxuan. The problem was that Princess Anil's residence couldn't take out such a huge sum of money. She had only been receiving her salary for a few years, and her father was a crown prince who was concealing his strength. She didn't have any other way to earn money, and she could only ask the Wu clan for money. What would her in-laws think if she used such a huge sum of money just to buy a dress? She couldn't be bothered about what her in-laws would think. She only knew that even if her in-laws had to sell everything, they would have to accept this debt. She was the Wu clan's daughter-in-law, and if she lost face, she would lose face for the Wu clan. The Wu clan couldn't be shameless. As for the enmity that arose because of this, did she care about those two old farts? Princess Anil steeled her heart and continued to call out the price with an ashen face. 1,700,000. She didn't believe that a dignified princess like her couldn't win against Yang Fan or that slut. She swore to get this unparalleled 100-bird dress,